Get this meeting started. If everyone could please take your seats. If you want to continue your discussion, if you could please take that outside. Thank you very much. I think we have both members from both committees present. I'm Councilmember Jose Huizar, Chair of the Energy and Environment Committee. We have with us today Dennis Zine, Tony Cardenas, Richard Alarcon, and Paul Koretz. On the Ad Hoc Committee on Waste Reduction and Recycling, we have Chair Richard Alarcon, myself, Paul Koretz, and Paul Krikorian. I get 2 votes? Yeah, we get separate votes. So thank you, and I want to thank everybody for coming out today to this special joint hearing of the Energy and Environment Committee and the Ad Hoc Committee on Waste and Recycling. And today we will consider the findings and recommendations of city staff and public comment as it relates to commercial and multifamily waste hauling. We have been under several discussions in the city and committee on trying to find a way to move towards a franchise system. And today we are hearing reports pursuant to the ad hoc committee's instructions from earlier this year. We will take public comment at the end. If it's okay with my colleagues, we will hear 15 cards from pro, 15 cards against, and we will allow 2 speakers, which is a normal speaking time per speaker, if that's okay with my colleagues. 2 minutes each speaker. What we will first do is hear from our Bureau of Sanitation. We have a quorum of both committees? We have a quorum of both committees, yes, Mr. Cardenas. We will first hear from the Bureau of Sanitation and Public Works. We will ask Andrea Alarcon and Enriquez Zaldivar to be the primary presenters. We will then move on to the CAO. Yes, Miguel Santana is here. Then we will take public comment, and then we will have question and answers from the committees. So with that, let me invite up to the podium, to the desk, the Bureau of Sanitation and Public Works, and to give us a presentation on their findings as it relates to this matter. And if our CLA and or clerk could read this item into the record, please.
Mr. Chair, Charles Montler, CLA's office. This is a one-item agenda, and the item pertains to reports from the Bureau of Sanitation, Board of Public Works, and City Administrative Officer relative to establishing a commercial franchise system for commercial waste hauling.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Andrea Alarcon, President of the Board of Public Works. It is an honor to be before you yet again. As you are aware, in February this year, our board unanimously supported the recommendation that Council authorize us to move forward with the implementation of an exclusive franchise system for both the commercial and multifamily solid waste hauling. Our report contains 13 recommendations to authorize the development of a draft RFP and ordinance and allow the Bureau to begin the CEQA environmental review process. It is important to note that a key recommendation, number 11, directs our Bureau to return with a more detailed franchise implementation plan that includes a timeline, the proposed franchise area boundaries, staffing and funding requirements, and the ever so important service standards. However, in order to develop these key program components, a threshold policy question must be answered as to how the waste hauling system should be structured. It is the recommendation of the Board of Public Works and the Bureau of Sanitation that the city implement an exclusive franchising system. An exclusive franchise system will allow the city to maximize waste diversion, to allow us to reach the city's zero waste goal by 2025, require clean fuel vehicles, and minimize the impact of private waste collection trucks by maximizing routing efficiencies.
Oh, much better.
So rather than having a hauler service 100 clients spread throughout the entire city, creating zigzag routing and unnecessary vehicle emissions, customer accounts would be concentrated into a defined geographic area so as to create more efficient routes, reduce truck emissions, and reduce the impact of those trucks on our streets, which I must say is quite significant. In fact, a recent report found that one garbage truck exerts as much stress on our streets as 9,343 SUVs. It goes without saying then that reducing truck traffic will reduce the further degradation of our streets. Furthermore, the proposed exclusive franchise system will also promote safe working conditions for employees collecting or handling solid waste. The recent loss of the 16 and 22-year-old Ramirez brothers at a composting facility underscores the need to ensure that our city's waste is not only diverted, but is handled in a safe and responsible way. Under our franchise agreements, these types of facilities would be subcontractors and thereby subject to our city's living wage and workplace safety policies. But most importantly, they would be subject to inspection so that we can ensure compliance and accountability. In sum, those are our programmatic goals, but much has been said about the practical implications of our proposed system. Based on our extensive outreach and stakeholder process, combined with several hours of public comment before both our Public Works Board and committees of this council, it became clear that one primary concern about our proposal was its potential impact on rates in the commercial and multifamily sectors. In fact, a report commissioned by those who oppose an exclusive franchise structure was submitted for our review and alleged that under exclusive franchise systems, rates are upwards of 33% higher than in other franchising structures. In light of this report, we commissioned an independent study conducted by HF&H, a reputable firm with vast experience in waste and franchising analyses. In a moment, I will ask an HF&H representative to elaborate on their findings, but the report showed one very important thing, that the median cost for commercial services is similar under both non-exclusive and exclusive systems, $102 as the median cost per ton under both structures. What this tells us is that the structure of the system as a non-exclusive or exclusive system has little, if any, bearing on rates. As the report notes, customer rates are significantly influenced by policy decisions regarding diversion goals, levels of service, length of contract term, and franchise fee percentages. Those things are the drivers of rate increases, not the structure of the system. Therefore, having set aside the fear of skyrocketing rates under our proposed exclusive system, and for all of the programmatic goals mentioned, we hope today that you will support our proposed exclusive franchising system structure, and we look forward to working with you to develop the system's intricacies. I'm joined by Enriquez Zaldivar, the director of our Bureau of Sanitation, and several members of the City Attorney's Office and the Bureau who are happy to provide additional background information and respond to any more detailed questions. Enrique?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, honorable council members. Sanitation obviously is in the business of solid waste management, so it's an area that we know and we know well. We also are very proud of the relationship and the partnerships we have had with the private haulers, the private industry of this of solid waste for many years, and it's a very good relationship. I also want to point out that in 2002, we went through a significant transition in the private side of solid waste where we permitted for the first time private haulers in the city's history. And that transition was not easy either. It was very, certainly debated. It was discussed. It was fully articulated, and in the end, the city moved ahead with issuing permits, which has now come to be known as the AB 939 permit that is in place since 2002. So we have experience in a difficult subject that is going through a transition, which this is. In regards to the process, the Commissioner alluded to how it all began. We had we have a report on record. We also have had two reports submitted to both your committees. One had to do with a number of council motions that were introduced by both your committees in the last hearing, and so we responded to specific issues that you had addressed on there. Some of them touch on policy level type of items. Some of them require a report back. I would like to go over them very briefly because I know that you have a great deal of time considerations today, and because these kinds of policy considerations were important to you, they have not as much to do with the bigger policy, which is the exclusive versus non-exclusive. The Commissioner addressed somewhat the merits of either one. We certainly are going to respond to your questions as you have them later. But with regards to the motions that you had introduced, there were 6 of them. The first one instructed sanitation to include a requirement in the proposed system that franchisees deliver mixed waste only to facilities certified to ensure maximum diversion. Our recommendation to that motion is that the franchise system, whichever one you are going to select, that the existing processor certification program that we have in place now be built upon, and that through that we require that all mixed waste processing facilities utilized by franchise waste haulers be certified by sanitation. So it's an expansion of our current certification program that has proven to be very successful. Second motion had to do with instructing sanitation to report to City Council on addressing the specific needs of the film studios within the city boundaries through the proposed system and exempt them from franchise temporary filming locations. A response to that motion is that sanitation recommends that temporary filming sites be considered a similar and analogous activity to a construction and demolition site, which is exempted from the franchise requirement and therefore be extended to temporary filming sites. That's our recommendation. Motion number 3 instructs sanitation to report to City Council on addressing the specific needs of hospitals through the proposed system. And you know, these are sub-industries of the solid waste industry. So in response to that motion, sanitation is recommending that terms be included. Let me see. Okay. The terms be included in the RFP and franchise contracts to address the needs of the large hospitals, such as coordinating with hospitals on the proper segregation of mixed waste and exempted specialty waste to meet the demands for pickup and other service requirements. We are not recommending an exemption to hospitals. There are certain types of waste in hospitals that are inherently outside of the solid waste definition. Medical waste, as an example, is not included in the general definition of residual municipal solid waste. So they would be already exempt. Motion number 5 instructs sanitation to report to City Council on the designation of a certain number of franchise zones as smaller enterprise zones to provide opportunities for small haulers, assistance to small haulers in securing loans, and other capital assistance to increase participation in the franchise process. Our recommendation is that as an effort to reach out to small enterprises, as is done in any size contract, that we establish small business enterprise participation targets, outreach requirements through our already established good faith effort in which small business enterprises are engaged and made part of the contract team. That's our recommendation to address the, I also want to say that if the zones that we have as proposed now, it's a total of 11, and they vary in size. The smallest one.
One moment, please. We have a,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I think
All right.
I think
Well,
you were going to
very
answer.
good.
I think you were going to answer my question, but could you be a little more specific on the issue? You said each contract would have a subcontracting component, or what? You kind of glossed over that. What essentially? And then you started talking about the 11.
Yeah. That we would have the contractual procedure that is followed for small business enterprise outreach and engagement that the city uses. The executive directive number 5, mayor's executive directive, in which every contractual engagement has to have a good faith effort to reach out to small business enterprise. And so we are saying that this contract and this process would definitely adhere to that.
So I want to understand this very clearly. We are going to encourage the prime contractors to have subcontractors.
Correct.
Is there a specific requirement?
Yep. So we have not yet defined what and I think what Enriquez is trying to get to is we would set a mandatory subcontracting minimum in the terms and conditions of the contract. And so in the proposal, the prime contractor would be required to include in their team, their proposal team, various subcontractors, including some of these small haulers, as they choose. The threshold for the minimum has not yet been determined, but we thought that
But that would be at least one.
at least
Yeah.
one in each of the proposed zones, which is a total of 11. What that does is provides opportunity, we thought the greatest amount of opportunity for small haulers to participate in the program citywide, as opposed to a separate, segregated amount of small zones in one concentrated area.
Thank you.
Very good. So in terms of whether it's a requirement or not, that's part of what we got to vet out, whether it's a required minimum participation or it's a good faith effort, and the Commissioner knows that well. Very good. There was the next motion that you had asked us to respond to. It instructs Sanitation to report to City Council on including incentives to franchisees that meet or exceed the goals of the proposed program. Goals such as emissions reduction, diversion, increase in diversion, and things of that nature. What we recommend that incentives of that type be included, or rewards be included in our evaluation process, meaning in the RFP, where points are given partly based on the level of performance that the proposer will be proposing. If, for example, they propose to reduce emissions by X amount and it's over and above the minimum requirement, that we then reward that kind of over the minimum performance proposal, and that we build in evaluation points as a reward. So that's how we are proposing to address the incentives for going above and beyond the minimum. And further, related to that note, Sanitation recommends that a program Sanitation is proposing to recognize and reward businesses that can serve as peer mentors to others who have gone beyond the blue bin to embrace practices that minimize waste reduction, control purchasing, and maximize collection of recyclables to create as little residual waste as possible. So that's a response to all of the motions from the last committee hearing, and we elaborate more in the larger context of the report.
Thank you. Is that your full presentation?
Actually, if we could, I'd like to ask Laith Azet of HF&H Consultants to come and provide some background on his expertise as well as an overview of the findings of his study.
Okay.
Laith?
And then after that, we'll hear from our CAO. Are they on?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Laith Azet. I'm a senior vice president with HF&H Consultants. I provide waste and recycling consulting services to public agencies. I do not work for any waste haulers by company policy. We do avoid conflicts of interest in these sorts of situations. We've helped more than 300 cities in California with their solid waste and recycling programs. I've been doing this work for more than 20 years, and it's all I do. I don't do airports one day and roads the next. All I do is solid waste and recycling every day of the year. I have a brief 8-page slide presentation to go over the findings from our study. If you turn past the initial slide to page 1, just some definitions. When I talk about a non-exclusive service arrangement, that means that there are multiple haulers competing on price and service for individual customers, and each customer negotiates their own deal. When I talk about an exclusive service arrangement, that means there's only one hauler either in the city or in a particular zone in the city, so there are no overlapping collection routes, and since you only have one service provider in a zone or in a city, then the city needs to set the rates, and all of the customers will pay the
One
same
moment.
rate.
We have a question from one of the...
Clarification, you're following page 1 at the moment of your
That's
presentation?
correct.
And you said that one hauler per exclusive area or zone, but it says one or more haulers provide service.
One or more haulers in the city, but in each zone or area of the city, there would only be one.
Okay.
Sorry for the
The way it's
confusion.
written, it sounds to me it could read either way. Okay, but that's what you mean. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
All right.
So with that, those definitions as background, if you turn to page 2, and the pages are down in the lower right-hand side, there were 3 objectives for our cost study. One was to look at the relative cost of the exclusive and non-exclusive commercial systems. The second objective was to look at the franchise fees and other city fees that are in place within jurisdictions in Los Angeles County. And thirdly, we were asked to describe some rate caps or maximum rates that are used in some cities that have non-exclusive service arrangements. On page 3, with respect to the objective of looking at the cost of exclusive and non-exclusive commercial systems, the first finding is that there's no rate schedule you can look at in a city with non-exclusive service. There's no published rates for that city because every hauler has their own rates and negotiates their own rates with customers. In an exclusive city, there are rate schedules because the city approves the rates. So you have a fundamental challenge when somebody says, well, how are the rates in an exclusive and a non-exclusive city compare, because there is no published rate schedule for the non-exclusive service arrangements. And in fact, some haulers will have different rates for different customers for the same service because one customer may have negotiated a better deal than the other. But there are ways to compare the cost of those systems, and we've done that later in this presentation. If you turn to page 4, even if you're looking at cities in exclusive of services that do have published rate schedules, you cannot make a determination of who has better rates or who has lower rates by just looking at one particular rate. Commonly, you'll see rate surveys where they'll show the rate for a 3 cubic yard bin collected once per week, and what's that monthly rate? Well, I've shown the challenge of doing that in these example tables here. The chart on the left shows the monthly rate, published rate, if you have a 3-yard bin collected once a week. Hermosa Beach had the lowest rate at $91 and change, and Cerritos had the highest at a little over $114. But if you took another customer that had a trash and a recycling bin, also collected once a week, and if that customer also needed what we call scout service, a small truck to bring the bin to the point of collection, if you're in an underground parking garage or somewhere that the big trash truck can't get to, they call that scout service. So in this instance, the published rates for that customer in these cities, these are the same 5 cities, but Manhattan Beach now has the lowest rate at $100, and Hermosa Beach has the highest rate at $180.97, 79% more than the lowest city. So if you look at that chart on the left, Hermosa Beach had the best deal in town, but you look at the chart on the right, well, Hermosa Beach has the worst deal in town. So that's the problem with comparing rate schedules. You cannot just look at some sample rate to determine how all of the customers are doing. Fortunately, we have other options. If you turn to page 5, in many of the cities, the waste haulers have to report their gross annual receipts to the cities if they're paying a franchise fee based on gross receipts. They also typically report the number of tons that they collect. So we're able to calculate a ratio of the gross receipts per ton collected in the cities that receive that information broken out between commercial and residential services. So by doing, we after we did that calculation, we stripped the results of differences in city fees. For example, one city might have a franchise fee of 5%, and another city might have a franchise fee of 20%. Well, that has nothing to do with what type of system they picked That was just because that city made a decision to set their franchise fee at a particular level. So I have stripped these results of the fees that the cities get to say, well, what does a hauler get at the end of the day for providing these services? So we grouped all of the cities into 3 groups. Group 1 are the non-exclusive service arrangements, similar to what the city of Los Angeles has today. In Group 2 are the integrated residential and commercial franchises. That's what most of the cities in Los Angeles County have. Roughly 2/3 of all the cities in Los Angeles County would fall into Group 2, whereas roughly 1/4 of all the cities in LA County would fall into Group 1. Group 3 is the smallest group, but it's actually the model that the city of LA is considering going to. Those are cities that have separate, exclusive franchises. Here in the city of LA, you have municipal residential service. So if you were to implement a commercial franchise, it would be separate from the residential operation. So comparing the median cost per ton for Group 1, which is representative of your current arrangements, the non-exclusive, and comparing Group 3, surprisingly, they came in at exactly the same amount, $102 per ton collected. I would note that Group 3 only has 5 cities in all of LA County in it. The cities of Alhambra, Beverly Hills, Santa Clarita, Diamond Par, and Huntington Park are the 5 cities, and Huntington Park did not provide data, so we had 4 data points, which represents 4 of the 5 cities in LA County that have this system. If you turn to page 6, we have a specific example of a city that had non-exclusive commercial services and then transitioned to an exclusive franchise. Now, in this instance, the exclusive franchise was for residential and commercial services. But we had specific cost data as well as rate data of what the customers were paying in this system under the non-exclusive service arrangements and what they went to under the exclusive. And in this instance, the customers saw the overall cost of service decreased by approximately 25%. I would note there were only 11 haulers in that non-exclusive system that they had before they went to the exclusive, and the 2 largest haulers had 86% of the market share. For comparison, here in the city of Los Angeles, the 4 largest haulers have 85% of the market share. The last 2 pages, starting on page 7, turning to another objective, we were asked to look at what the franchise fees are. The franchise fees range from 2% to 27% of gross receipts with a median of 10%. And then we were also asked to look at what about other city fees. Some cities assess an AB 939 fee or a contract administration fee or a vehicle impact fee or a customer billing fee if the city's doing the billing. And if you added the franchise fee and all those other fees together, the range would be 2 to 35% of gross receipts with a median of 14%. I would note that those other fees, other than the franchise fee, are restricted for their use to the specific purposes that they're implemented for, unlike the franchise fee, which goes straight to the general fund in most agencies. And then lastly, I was asked to describe rate caps, and by rate cap, we mean a maximum rate. You can charge less than the cap or less than the maximum rate, but you can't charge more. You don't see that very often. There are 2 cities that had those systems that no longer have them. The city of Santa Clarita had 3 haulers that operated in a non-exclusive system from 1993 to 2004, and then they went to an exclusive system. The city of Beverly Hills had 5 haulers operating under a rate cap from 1995 to 2004, and then they went to an exclusive system. The only city in LA County that I'm aware of that currently has a rate cap is the city of Carson, which has 2 haulers, and the city approves the rates and they compete for service. The concept behind rate caps is if you only have a few haulers and you're not certain that price competition is going to be effective, then you will want something to protect the customer. So, and those are the reasons that cities have used rate caps One thing I would note, they're challenging because for the rate, if you set the rate cap too low, then you might have a customer that might not get any service if it's a high-cost customer. And similarly, if you set it too high so that everybody can get service, then it doesn't provide much protection to the customer. So it doesn't work real well. That's why there's only one city doing it now, and the few cities that have tried it have usually abandoned it. Those are my prepared remarks.
Thank you very much. At this time, let's invite up, oh, sure, there's a couple of questions first from our staff. And for our members, our committee members, free to ask questions now, but I would hope first that we hear from the CAO and then get more fuller discussion. But if you have any questions now, Mr. Cardenas?
A clarification question. You mentioned that your survey was just specifically County of Los Angeles.
That's correct.
Is there any particular reason why you confined your survey only to the County of Los Angeles?
Yeah, the County of Los Angeles has the most number of instances of non-exclusive service in other cities. If you get outside the County of LA, if you look at Riverside or San Bernardino or Orange or San Diego, it's almost non-existent. There's just one or two cities in each of those other counties that has non-exclusive service. So LA is the best comparison. Also, if you're trying to compare your own city to other jurisdictions, there are big regional differences, particularly in the disposal markets, but also in the recycling markets. So to have a meaningful comparison, you need to have a particular geographic region.
And one last question, Mr. Chairman, is but the fact that there is no city even close to the geographic size and the mass of the city of Los Angeles when it comes to activity, could we interpret that this is good information, yet at the same time, it takes a lot more to extrapolate toward this city of this size where the comparisons are extremely different?
Well, with the proposal to go to a series of zones, the zones are going to be much smaller than the city of LA as a whole. So I think you can extrapolate the results to how these types of systems would work in the types of zones that are being projected for the city of LA.
Well, with all due respect to that answer, I mean, you use the city of Lawndale. What's the population of the city of Lawndale? Approximately, to the nearest 50,000.
40,000, something like that.
Yeah, 40,000. Even the zones that we're talking about here, the proposed 11 zones are probably in excess of 300 and some thousand.
Right.
So again, even at that, 30,000 versus 300 and some thousand, that's still a magnitude of 10.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of questions. First of all, how many current haulers do we have in our system in total that are per AB 1290, or what is it, AB?
939.
What?
AB 939.
Permit,
AB 939 permit.
okay.
So
how many permits do we have?
So we have 148 that do commercial hauling and multifamily hauling, and then we have 600 roughly more that do construction and demolition. So
we have approximately 750
correct.
Permitted haulers in the city of Los Angeles.
Correct.
With your proposal, how many of those would be affected?
148.
148 would be affected.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that
And in fact, if I may, there's a further subcategorization of the 148. I think only 68 of them do commercial hauling.
Yeah. So there are a total of 740 permitted waste haulers in the city of Los Angeles. 600 of those are specifically for construction and demolition, which makes up 81% of our market, and that is proposed to be excluded from our system. 72 of the remaining haulers collect less than 1,000 tons per year, which means that they don't have to report their gross receipts. That leaves a balance of 68 that collect more than 1,000 tons per year, so they have to report their gross receipts, which are then reflected in the AB 939.
So the 68 would be potentially the subcontractors?
The 68 would be the universe of haulers, assuming that there aren't any new haulers that would potentially be actively involved in seeking an exclusive franchise.
Could the C&D haulers also compete?
I don't see why not.
Yes.
There's nothing that precludes anybody
Okay.
from competing.
They're permitted
But
haulers.
only 68 would in some way be affected by what you're proposing.
Yes.
And the others may compete in the system or do other
And
things,
they'll-
but
Yeah,
but
so-
they're not negatively impacted.
Yes, and of those 68, I think we're looking at more of a universe of 44. In our market, the four largest haulers control 85% of the market. When you add in the additional 6 highest grossing, immediately following in the top 10, control 94% of the market. So the top 10 of those 44 control 94% of the market. The remaining 6% is the balance of those. They're much smaller haulers.
Okay, thank you. The other question, you indicated that the cost isn't really driven by the service per se, it's driven by the
Goals that are established by the jurisdiction, for example, the diversion, the rates that you desire. How would you characterize the city's policies with regard to our diversion? Would you consider them very aggressive, minimally aggressive, satisfactory, or, are we moving for a more aggressive posture or a less aggressive posture?
So we would consider ourselves as being on the aggressive side. Councilman, you know that for the last 5 years or so, we have had a zero waste initiative across the city where we have set a goal of 95% diversion by 2025. And so that puts us on the aggressive side, and we have been probably on the leading edge of a lot of the efforts in different areas of recycling. We were one of the first large installations that did source-separated curbside recycling. We were the first large installation that did automated.
So let me ask the consultant, no offense, Enrique, but let me ask the consultant because he did the comparison. As compared to other cities, did you do any analysis of the aggressiveness with which they pursue diversion rates and recycling programs?
We've not included anything like that in the report.
Do you have any anecdotal understanding of how the city stands in that regard?
Well, it depends on whether you're comparing yourself to other cities with non-exclusive arrangements or to the cities with exclusive arrangements. And some of the cities with exclusive arrangements have done some very, very aggressive things that would certainly exceed the specific recycling figures for commercial here in the city of LA. But within the non-exclusive cities, it's usually left more up to the markets to determine how the recycling is going. So probably compared to the Group 1 cities, LA is a little bit more aggressive. Compared to the Group 2 cities, which are the exclusive, and Group 3 cities, the exclusive arrangements, there's such a wide range.
Really what I'm trying to get at is the state mandates that we are bound by. Are we barely reaching those efforts? Are we trying to exceed those efforts? Where are we as compared to other jurisdictions?
Karen, your existing citywide diversion rate, can you refresh my memory?
Our current diversion rate is 72%. Cal Recycle is...
But what are the mandates?
Yeah, so per the AB 818 and AB 341 and various other pieces of legislation, Cal Recycle is required to report to the legislature by 2014 on the development of a plan to bring the entire state's diversion to a 75% diversion rate. That's by 2020. We have already achieved a 72% diversion rate. So by all standards, on a statewide, in the context of the state, I believe that we have a very aggressive diversion program.
Now, the final question, I promise, Mr. Huizar. So we're only 3% away, but what more can we do that it just seems as you increase the diversion rate that it becomes increasingly difficult to accomplish each percentage. So can you comment on that notion?
You are correct, Councilman, and one of the newest mandates at the state level is the mandatory recycling for precisely this sector, the commercial sector now, where we as a city have to have a commercial recycling program in place. Sort of the measurement against to what constitutes compliance is still under development, but that's already in the books at the state level. So that additional 3%, assuming that the ultimate mandated new goal ends at 75%, and they're still going through rulemaking and new goal setting. If it's higher than that, well, like I said earlier, we have been more aggressive in our own goal setting. Granted, it's not mandated, it's self-imposed, but that's who we are. We're, at 2025, 90%. So if it ends up being higher than 75%, and it's required by law at the state level, then more of a reason to have some kind of system that will facilitate.
Okay. So essentially, you're saying that this is largely driven by state mandates, and we cannot predict how aggressive the state may be, and we could find ourselves vulnerable if we do not have absolute control of our goals relative to our diversion rates.
Correct.
So are you suggesting, all three of you actually, are you suggesting that under a non-exclusive agreement that we would have less control of meeting our goals and therefore might put ourselves in jeopardy with regard to state mandates and fines that are related to those mandates?
Yes, we're saying that.
I don't know that I would support that it puts the city in a position of less control, but I think that moving forward in an exclusive system puts the city in a position to negotiate and mandate far greater and more aggressive diversion rates than we could under a non-exclusive system.
Did she agree with me, or no? Not just.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
He asked all three for their opinion. You can
okay.
With an exclusive system, I think you would have more control over the diversion levels you could achieve.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, somewhat in the same vein, but with a little more local concern. I've had a lot of people contact me in my district with a variety of concerns about this, the exclusive franchise proposal. And one of them are the managers of a number of LEED certified high-rise buildings in my district that are concerned that a change in the hauling system could affect their ability to maintain a LEED certification and reach those requirements and continue them, including higher diversion rates. And a number of tenants look for LEED certified buildings as part of a forward-looking business model. And so if they can't keep their LEED certification, they could lose tenants. How would the proposed exclusive franchise system address the necessity of maintaining the LEED certification requirements?
Well, the palette of services that a hauler has to provide and has to be responsive to the needs of the customer. That's a tenet that will be clearly on whatever franchise agreement the city will have. And so we know that there's a multiplicity of specific special needs by customers, that being certainly one of them. And so the customer, the hauler, the franchisee in this case, has to be able to offer whatever services that customer will need.
And so to offer another example, Fox Studios say they currently divert 87% of their waste from landfills and are aiming for a target of 90%. Are we certain that they will be able to meet and exceed those goals in working within the exclusive franchise system? And can we assure them of that?
We can assure them of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So why don't we invite up Miguel Santana, our Chief Administrative Officer, and then we will have our presentation. After his presentation, if everyone could come back up and for questions or comments. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Miguel Santana, CAO. In 2010, in January, in response to requests that we issue a plan to address our fiscal crisis, our office presented to you the concept of having a non-exclusive franchise for waste hauling as a means of generating revenue for the city. We proposed this in concert with the Bureau of Sanitation to meet the immediate crisis that we were facing and continue to face now. In hindsight, and certainly looking at the analysis that the Bureau has done and the input that the environmental community has provided, we underestimated the importance of that kind of decision. What's before you is a decision to enter into a new line of business. Currently, the system that exists is a free market system, which has very little accountability from the perspective of the city. And so by going into either an exclusive or non-exclusive model, the city is engaging and choosing to now regulate an industry that is not regulated by our city workforce. We agree with the Bureau and we agree with the environmental community that this is an area in which the city should be engaged in. Not primarily for the additional revenue that may be generated for the general fund, although, as you all know, our general fund is in desperate need of new revenue, but because it provides us the ability to achieve certain goals, as has been discussed, that mirror the kind of success that the Bureau has been able to achieve with multifamily residences. The Bureau of Sanitation is really, as many people have stated, the gold star of diversion rates, not just in California, but throughout the country. And it is appropriate then that we pursue an option that brings the rest of the community to that same standard. Part of the discussion that I hope this committee engages in is a discussion on what those standards are. What is it exactly that the city hopes to achieve, whether it's an exclusive or a non-exclusive model that's adopted? The environmental community and the Bureau have laid out a number of aggressive goals in the context of achieving zero waste, reducing the dependency on landfills, reducing air pollution and GHG emissions, addressing water pollution violations, and reducing the wear and tear on our streets and certainly the impact to those communities. So when we engaged in conducting this report at your request and the request of the mayor, the prism in which we looked at the options was in light of these very specific goals. The question we asked was, is an exclusive franchise the only way of meeting those objectives? And so our conclusion is that if the goal is to reach these very specific goals, then you do have a variety of options in terms of how to do so. The best way, frankly, to meet those goals if the city were to do the work itself. The Bureau has an outstanding reputation already. It's considered among the strongest in the country, and we could measure and account for how aggressive we are in meeting these objectives. I realize that that's not currently on the table, but it may be something that your committee and the council as a whole may want to consider if in fact your goal is to reach a guaranteed zero waste. Second to that, of course, is an exclusive, because outside of doing it ourselves, being able to select through an RFP process, through the zones that have been identified, based on a specific set of standards, we can more aggressively measure the success of reaching those goals. But we believe that not too far behind that is a non-exclusive. And a non-exclusive, your council is able to direct that a series of standards be adopted that mirror the standards that would exist within an exclusive franchise. And those standards should be measurable and should be the way we measure ultimately whether we are achieving the final outcome that you've set out. And obviously, if there is no interest in any standards, then the option continues to be to maintain the status quo. And there are some in this room who would argue that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or in some contexts, it's presented as a request for an exemption for whether or not there's an exclusive or a non-exclusive. And we would argue that if the city is going to choose to enter this new line of business and work towards aggressively reaching specific goals, that whether it's an exclusive or a non-exclusive, that we should be careful about considering any exemptions of any industry. Every industry is going to identify specific, unique issues why they're different and they're special, and the standards should fall across the board. The final thing, the reports before you, I won't go into it in much detail. Obviously, the other issues to consider is the function of the city workforce. We are recommending a non-exclusive because we believe that the goal of our city workforce should be around compliance. That once you establish those standards and the various haulers are expected to meet those standards, that we should do what government does, and that is regulate and ensure that those standards are being met, as opposed to building an infrastructure internally that not only regulates those standards, but also now becomes the point of contact for the various businesses and apartment buildings on ensuring that a quality of service get met. And then as it relates to rates, I think we agree with the analysis that was done by the independent party, and that because there's really no other jurisdiction like us, and because there's no one-size-fits-all, it's really hard to determine ultimately what the impact would be on rates based on other experiences throughout the state. The closest thing we have to that is Sacramento. Sacramento mirrors our situation in terms of having a city-run sanitation system for multifamily and a non-exclusive for businesses. They have been successful in reaching an overall diversion rate of 70%. And so there should be some consideration of drilling down on the city of Sacramento, although, again, as has been concluded, it's hard to do an apples-to-apples comparison. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the CAO, or we could either address our questions now to the CAO or the Bureau of Sanitation and Public Works. It's fine either way. We could address questions to both the CAO and the Bureau of Sanitation and Public Works.
I have a...
So Mr. Cardenas asked for, and then we'll go around.
There's a guy right here. Thank you very much. Appreciate your report, Miguel. One of the things that your report points out on page 5 was a lot of things, but on page 5, when it talks about an exclusive franchise does not appear to offer the routing efficiencies described by the Bureau and the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. One of the things that comes to mind to me is a lot has been said about an exclusive franchise would be able to maximize routing efficiencies, i.e. Reducing the cost to the hauler, not having to go back up and down that street in different times of the week, and then in addition to that, reducing the number of truck trips, which is better for the environment. However, in an exclusive system, Miguel, if there's a particular business that happens to have, say they have a lot of activity over the weekend, so they really need their trash hauled on Mondays because their bins fill up or what have you. And with all due respect, somebody might say, well, get double the number of bins. Well, if you've ever run a business, one of the most expensive things is your land capacity and your ability to manage that land. So with all due respect, I don't think that's an answer that's realistic and honest to businesses in any community if you just say, well, just get twice as many bins and wait till Friday and just sit on the trash longer. My point is this, under an exclusive, isn't it the case that if somebody tells the hauler, I really need you to come on Mondays, but for other reasons that hauler, it's not convenient for that hauler to come to that street or that community on Mondays, they could actually tell that person, I'm sorry, you have to wait till Thursday. That's when we're going to be on your street. If that's the case, what remedy does that business have in an exclusive system if they disagree with the service that the hauler is giving them?
They would call
and Enrique,
us.
if you can come forward, because I'd like you to answer the same question. Thank you, Enrique.
It's that very issue that we heard consistently from various sectors of the business community, and it's an issue where it sort of tugs at the heart of sort of the tension between exclusive and non-exclusive. The business community, their primary objection to an exclusive is the issue of accountability. They have argued that, like any relationship, that ultimately if as a business they're not satisfied with the quality of work or the non-responsiveness of that entity, then they could actually terminate that contract and select a different hauler. And it is and it's something that under an exclusive puts the city in the middle of. And so the city can, if I were a business under an exclusive concerned with sort of the lack of responsiveness, then my options would be to call the city and to insist on some kind of remedy. But ultimately, that business does not have the authority to cancel that contract. And it is part of the reasons why we're recommending a non-exclusive, because if we could still identify a way to reach the same environmental objectives or get close to meeting those objectives by setting the same standards that you would do in an exclusive, and still allow for that direct accountability between a hauler and a business to mitigate the impact being raised by the business community, then it seems to be an option, a compromise option in some ways, to sort of meet both objectives.
Enrique, how would you answer that question?
Councilman, what I will say, and he will not let me say it.
Okay.
What I would answer to that, Councilman, is that you're absolutely right with regards to the very specific and unique needs of certain subsectors of the industry. As we say no from our own business in providing the residential services, and thank you, Miguel, for recognizing the Bureau as one of the leading institutions, but we have subsectors that are not inherent for the kind of routing that is constant in nature. For example, because we have a service guarantee that if you call us for a bulky item, we are going to collect it within the next 2 days. It may be that one of our routes ends up with less than the optimum number of service stops. That's just the nature, because that's our service guarantee. But over time, we know we have optimized the system that whereby even those routes can be made more efficient. And then there are the core routes, which is where the center of the industry lies, the apartments and the more traditional business, where efficiencies can truly be brought to bear under an exclusive model. And we believe that, that there will be efficiencies gained in the core of the industry, not in many of the subsectors of the industry, because they're very unique. And, it could be tonight, it could be tomorrow morning, as we were alluding, for example, in our report for the film industry and when they do their site locations. I mean, those can move from one night to the next.
And Enrique, I appreciate you answering my question in a broader sense when it comes to route management as a whole. But the thing is, what I would like to know is, if you're a business and you can only do business with one provider, and you have something that is an anomaly for that provider, and that provider doesn't seem to want to accommodate your business, then what is an honest answer to a remedy, a realistic remedy for that particular business?
I gravitated too quickly to the efficiency side of your question, and much as Councilmember Corretz's question on the service guarantees, the customer's got to be first. So, the hauler's got to respond to the customer. There cannot be where, I'm sorry, we don't operate on Sundays.
Yes, Enrique, but the thing is, understand this, that particular customer doesn't have a choice anymore. With all due respect, in an exclusive franchise, that customer doesn't have a choice. They can dispute over quality, but they don't have a choice of having that trash picked up by anybody else. So that is my point. How would that be remedied? And the point. Let me help you get to the point, if you can agree with me. Then the third-party arbiter, or what have you, would be the organization granting the exclusive franchise. We would have to include some type of system where if somebody had a gripe about quality, not about whether or not it's a clean truck or not, that's extremely obvious, black and white, but a quality issue, which is not always black and white, wouldn't it be the city that would have to set up some type of system to actually deal with those kinds of anomalies?
We would, Councilman, and I really don't think that it's all that difficult to have customer satisfaction as one. In fact, we would have it be a requirement in the franchise agreement that, if a customer is not satisfied because of the availability of the service, that is an issue in itself.
Well, anyway, one point I want to make is, I hope nobody tries to make an analogy between our residential trash hauling and our business trash hauling, because I did, in fact, own a business at one time. And if I have a party at my house and my trash cans are full and I have to wait 3 or 4 days to get it picked up, it might hurt my feelings, but it doesn't hurt my business and my bottom line, my employment responsibilities. But when I own a business, it's completely different. When you hurt a business, you can hurt their ability to keep their doors open, and that means jobs. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, on that one issue, you said you had
Yes,
a
on
question.
this follow-up, because I actually would like to make the analogy. The City of Los Angeles has a residential program, and currently, if somebody has extra trash, do we pick it up?
Yes, I mean...
If somebody calls and says, I have extra trash, can somebody come and pick it up? Will we pick it up?
Yes.
Do we have what is our bulky item program?
So that's upon request. The guarantee
So
is...
if somebody calls and says, I have a sofa that I'm getting rid of, and I put it on the sidewalk, will you come and pick it up?
Yes.
Okay, so we already do that in the residential side, and what you're suggesting, I'm hearing, is that you would ensure that the franchise agreements, the contractual agreements, would incorporate language to assure that those businesses would have that service as well.
Yes, the service arrangement...
Yes, the answer was yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, you want to continue with on this one issue? Or
Well, yeah, let me just clarify something. I have a million questions, but I'll just end with this one, if you don't mind.
on this one issue, because Mr. Cardenas has other questions, but on this one issue?
Well, let me just clarify, it'd take me 10 seconds. My question wasn't a bulky item question. My question was specifically about a routing responsibility to me as a customer on my specific needs, ongoing, not a special need, ongoing. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian, on this one issue?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weezer. Just to follow up on Mr. Cardenas's point, it seems to me that if we have an exclusive franchise agreement and there isn't the competitive forces to ensure service, that we have to have a very robust customer service guarantee system in place as part of the RFA, as part of the exclusive agreement. That would be the intention, I assume, of the exclusive franchise, right? That we would have maybe liquidated damages or some sort of enforceability provisions that would be built into the RFA.
That's correct.
Okay. So the problem is, though, that when someone makes a complaint, let's say the remedy is a significant amount of liquidated damages, loss of the exclusivity, loss of the franchise entirely. The city is then put, the only route that the customer has after complaining to the franchisee is to go to the city and say the franchisee is not being responsive to my needs. The franchisee showed up late. The franchisee, refused to take certain types of refuse that I have, or whatever the complaint, the service complaint is. The city is then put in the position, you're then put in the position of being the final arbiter of that with a stick of enforcement. So my follow-up question to that is twofold. One is, right now we have, whether it's building and safety or street services or any sanitation, any number of other departments in this city that have been reduced in size, are responding at best only when there are significant complaints and aren't out there affirmatively enforcing, but are responsive only. So, number one, I guess the question is, have we analyzed how much is it going to cost the city to have a robust enough enforcement mechanism in place to be able to respond to customer complaints effectively and promptly? Number one. Number two, when we're dealing with something as subjective as service complaints about refuse collection, how is the city going to protect itself from the inevitable litigation that will occur if we attempt to enforce against an exclusive franchisee with something as valuable as an exclusive franchise, something with as much money as is involved as an exclusive franchise? How do we avoid the city being sued for misinterpreting or making a misjudgment about whether or not there are valid customer complaints, whether the customer complaints have risen to the level that justifies a liquidated damages provision, whether or not customer complaints about poor service are well taken or not? These are not issues. It's not like a sign ordinance where we go out with a tape measure and measure whether the sign is, excessive size. These are all subjective issues, and the city is then going to be put in the position of having to be the arbiter of subjective issues of satisfaction with a whole lot of money at stake, and with the ability of these businesses to, as Mr. Cardenas pointed out, the ability of these businesses to be able to function. If you're a small business, if you're a restaurant or something, and your trash bins are overflowing, you're out of business. So either way, whether in terms of satisfying the customer or dealing fairly with the hauler, it seems to me that the city is being put into an extremely precarious position in being the arbiter of those sorts of disputes. So have we figured out how much that's going to cost the city? And what are your thoughts, both of you, about how we avoid the obvious potential for liability on the part of the city?
Well, let me respond first, Councilman. We do have one benefit, and that is that, as you saw the earlier presentations, that there are a multiplicity of cities that have had experience in franchising longer than we have. We obviously have a great deal of experience ourselves in customer service and the kinds of issues, right, because even now, many of those service disputes and issues come to us. Noise is one of them, for example. There's a private hauler running a truck at 3 o'clock in the morning, waking everybody up. And, there seems to always be a reason for why that happens, but people don't want it to happen. So we inherently already get involved in addressing issues like that. And so our goal would be, Councilman, as Miguel alluded, that we make the enforcement program as minimally intrusive and costly. At this point, we're saying we're not going to ask for any additional staff. That's to begin. With regards to, will we end up with a player that potentially could be turning corners or cutting corners and doing all these things? It's so important in the vetting process of who we select. And so, but, we have had great experience with the haulers. I think, they want to do the right thing and keep their customers satisfied under any circumstance. So I think, while those problems do exist, that we will have a system to address them without them escalating to what could potentially be. But could it? Well, it could. We don't think it will. That's why the vetting process is so important. The trigger mechanisms that we put in place in the contract as to what constitutes a higher degree of enforcement, we could have smaller penalties that address the smaller breaches of service. And then as they escalate, then we get into the bigger, like you said, the loss of the franchise, which, that's huge. So it's progressive discipline.
I'm sorry, Enrique, did I understand you to say that you're not going to propose additional personnel or additional budget?
That's correct.
To do the administration or enforcement of this program, even after the exclusive franchise is in place?
That's correct.
If I can just interject for a second, I think what is included in our proposal is that at the outset, in the implementation phase, now in the interim while we're developing the implementation plan, that we are not going to be requesting any additional resources. But we have not yet assessed the total amount of resources that will be necessary to manage the system. What is clear is that under both the non-exclusive system and an exclusive system, there will be administrative costs. Mm-hmm. What we have not yet been able to ascertain is the extent of those costs, largely because we don't know what system structure we are going to be moving forward with. So once the policy decision is made as to which structure we are going to move forward with, then we can more detailed develop a resource and staffing plan.
Okay, because...
But I stand by what I said earlier. It is my goal to not ask for any additional staff.
Okay, but...
I stand by that.
But, Commissioner, given the statement that you just gave, we can expect that there would be a difference in the cost depending upon whether or not it is exclusive or non-exclusive, because it's a different system of enforcement that you would be required to impose. Right, so we may not know which is more expensive at this point, but there is going to be a difference. One is going to require more people, more budget than the other. But I gather that no one has made the assessment of which is more costly at this point. Correct?
We have not.
That is correct.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Zahn, I just want to clarify. I think in the past I've seen a report where you request at least 6 additional positions to implement the policy if you go with it.
The unfreeze of existing positions.
Okay.
That was our request.
Got it.
Unfreezing existing positions.
Unfreeze existing positions?
Yes.
Okay. They nonetheless have to be funded, right? So
budget for them.
Yeah, we have to budget for them.
I'm saying, so I guess it's contextual, right? We're not saying additional positions, we're saying existing positions.
Okay. Mr. Zine?
Thank you. Miguel, you started out by saying fiscal crisis, and obviously dollars are important to run the city. Is this based on fiscal crisis, or is this based on Assembly Bill 341, Assembly Bill 939, Cal Recycle, when it comes to the commercial, the private sector? How do those intertwine, or is it just about generating more money?
As I said from the onset, when we originally made the recommendation, 3 years ago, the context was, how do we identify ways to generate revenue for the general fund? I think that recommendation did not take into consideration, frankly, more important reasons to consider having the city enter into whether it's an exclusive or non-exclusive, and that is to address some of the environmental issues that have been raised and to bring the commercial industry at the same level that the multifamily, the residential community has been as it relates to diversion. The city has a responsibility for the entire city, not just for those in in residential units, and engaging in whether it's an exclusive or non-exclusive allows the city to begin the process of bringing the commercial industry up to the same standard that we've reached on the residential. Now, there is a shorter period of time in which the general fund would receive a benefit by a non-exclusive. You know, we're recommending a very aggressive timeline in light of our crisis. It may be difficult to achieve, but we're recommending that the way we've outlined it, that it be put on the top of the inbox, not at the bottom of the inbox, in light of the crisis we're in. But my recommendation to you would be not to make this decision solely on the basis of what benefits the general fund. That this is obviously a far more complex issue, and you should look at all of the various issues. The benefit to this general fund is a secondary benefit.
Okay, and then the dollars we're receiving now, how does that compare to what we're anticipating? The dollars from...
To the general fund?
The current operation of the private sector.
We don't receive any dollars to the general fund today.
Yeah, if I can clarify, Emilio Rodriguez with the CAO, there are no general funds currently being
There's
received.
there's no funds received from the private contractors, the haulers in the city.
No, all of the funding is currently going to the citywide recycling trust fund, which is dedicated toward recycling.
But nothing goes into general fund.
That's
from there.
correct.
Okay. The other issue, and doing some research on this, AB 341, recycle, AB 939 fees, the state is mandating certain requirements that the cities subscribe to, and those are contained in 341 and 939. Is that part of the reason why we're moving in this direction?
That's exactly true, sir.
Because that hasn't really been touched on, what the state is mandating that takes effect now.
AB 341 is the state's mandatory commercial recycling law. It went into effect July 1st of this year. That's the reason many cities throughout the state have adopted franchise systems. And
there's no appropriation from the state, they're just mandating that we do it?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about 939, the fees?
Also underscoring the city's urgency to amp its recycling efforts is the city's own adopted policy for by Renew LA for a zero waste diversion by 2020, 90% target by 2020.
Right. Okay, the other issue is the environmental groups. You mentioned environmental groups, Sierra Club, NRDC. What groups were involved in this review on this particular, because it was mentioned environmental groups. Do we have any groups that we can mention that were involved in the research on this?
Yeah, we had a number of them, NRDC being one of them, Sierra Club, and some of the other local environmental groups. But in our effort, which we included several stakeholders, and some of them were specific to certain stakeholders. One was for the environmental community. We had one for the private haulers. We had one for everyone in general. So it included definitely the environmental community.
If I can just add just a brief overview on our entire stakeholder outreach process. We had quite an exhaustive outreach program. We had 8 stakeholder meetings in all regions of the city. We had 1,750 stakeholder meeting notices physically mailed, 2,000 emails sent. All of the notices for our publicly available meetings were posted on our sanitation website. In total, we had 242 stakeholders sign in and attended those stakeholder meetings. Many of those stakeholders included various environmental groups.
Okay, and the issue dealing with the dollars, we're talking $20 to $30 million in revenue under a non-exclusive franchise system. could that be duplicated with the franchise system also? The dollars we're talking about, establishing this 20 to 30 million, which obviously is a huge amount of money into the fund, couldn't that be accomplished both ways?
Yes, they're both based on the gross receipts, so the gross receipt as a total would not generally vary very much from one to the other.
Can I just elaborate on that? So our 7-year annual average in terms of actual gross receipts received is approximately $22 million. So in terms of AB 939 revenues on an annual basis, we receive about $22 million. That's based on a 10% AB 939 fee. That would apply under both a non-exclusive and an exclusive system. What we're contemplating here is an additional franchise fee to be built upon the AB 939 fee. The median ranges that the consultant spoke about, the 10 to 14%, really will dictate the amount of general fund revenues that we could receive. So at the 10% range, in addition to the AB 939 fees, we've got the $22 million. Then you build on that another 10% for a franchise fee. That's another $22 million on an annual basis. Now, the $30 million that the CAO is projecting as a high end in terms of revenue generation under a franchise fee is at the 14% standard for a franchise fee, which is fairly high and would be a stark increase in fees. It would be a new fee that the businesses would have to incur. And just on that note, the CAO has set, as he noted, quite an aggressive timeline and is projecting revenue generation in the range of $20 to $30 million in fiscal year 13-14. What that would mean is that in assuming we're trying to maximize revenue generation in 2013 at a 10% to 14%, $30 million, all of those costs, everything would have to get done in 6 months. We would have to complete a CEQA review. We would have to draft and adopt an ordinance. We would have to do stakeholder outreach to all of the impacted businesses. All of that would have to be done and implemented within the next 6 months in order for us to start to realize the full potential of that $22 to $30 million revenue starting.
We've been here a long time. Nothing gets done that fast.
I agree. Which is why I make the point. And even if we were to allow for 1 year's time, which I still believe is an aggressive time frame,
right.
I don't know that we can get an ordinance and everything else adopted and develop standards for the agreements, execute and negotiate, all of these agreements with the haulers in the course of 1 year's time frame. Even if we were to do that, that leaves us with 6 months in fiscal year 13-14 of franchise fee revenue generation, which essentially is half of the $22 million, assuming it's 10. So really what we're talking about, if we give it 1 year time to implement, we're talking $11 million. I'm not convinced that we can even get it done in a year. Okay. I think the system, the proposal that we are putting before you is a more strategic approach, is a more measured approach. It gives ample time for CEQA review, for ordinance development, for standard development, agreement negotiation, and execution. And it gives us opportunity to reach out to the businesses who will be impacted by these rate increases. If we were to move forward with the non-exclusive system, my fear is that in 1 year's time frame, that the 10% franchise fee that would be imposed would be directly passed through to the small businesses in a short order, in 6 months to a year. That is pretty concerning to me. I think under the exclusive franchise proposal, 2016, 2017 provides us ample opportunity to do outreach to the affected businesses. We might be able to incorporate or develop a business assistance program to help with offset some of those fees and so forth.
Okay, Mr. Zine.
I've got a couple more.
Yeah, you got a couple of quick. On this issue, we got both Alarcon and Gregorio who want to ask some questions. But
when can I finish with mine?
Right after Alarcon and Gregorio, we'll go back to you. But
Okay.
Mr. Santana, on this issue, let's finish up with this issue. Okay. They have some follow-up questions, then we'll go back to Mr. Zine. But Mr. Santana wanted to add something.
Commissioner Alarcon is correct. It is in a very aggressive time frame. The range that we put in was based on a full year, and obviously, the more that we slip from that time frame, the smaller the amount. The soonest we could receive any revenue under an exclusive is 2016. And so our objective was to point out that under a non-exclusive, you could start seeing revenue to the general fund at a sooner period than the 2016. And so obviously, if the work that's involved for an exclusive versus non-exclusive is different. The focus will be on setting the standards, which have to be done under both contexts. But under a non-exclusive, you don't have to issue an RFP. You don't have to put together the same level of infrastructure that you would need to put in under an exclusive model. And the kind of overall intensity of the work would be more limited. Clearly, the general fund is in crisis, as you've heard me say time and time again. And part of my responsibility as well is to find new revenue for that fund, whether it's 2014, 2013, or 2015. All of those timeframes are sooner than 2016, which is the soonest you could get under an exclusive franchise.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon, and then Mr. Krikorian will go back to Mr. Zine. On this one issue.
Yes, on the fee issue. First of all, I find it interesting that there's a difference of opinion between Santana and Alarcon, but that's just my own way of looking at things. The assumption you're making is that we choose one or the other, and that we don't look at hybrids. So is there anything to stop us from moving forward with a temporary fee in a non-exclusive way, at the same time moving forward with an exclusive agreement in the same process and generate revenue in the short term, at the same time ensure better control of our diversion as the future moves on? I see no reason why we can't accomplish both. It seems to me that the discussion really is a decision for the council and the mayor as to where they want to set the fee. Under your specific proposal, you're suggesting it would generate $30 million, but that's if the council and mayor agree to a 14% increase. Under the department's proposal, they're saying a $22 million increase to the city's coffers if we do a 10% increase in 2016. It seems to me we could accomplish both. But the real question is, at what point, because we're not just looking, when we say the business community, certainly the haulers are businesses, but the people they're providing services to are businesses as well. And the question is, can they absorb, at what level could they absorb this additional fee? Now, Mr. Santana, you're suggesting that they absorb a 14% increase fee in a year to a year and a half. The department has not defined specifically when their fee would be triggered. That's something that they suggest would come back to us. But I'm thinking, as I'm sitting here, if the exclusive agreement isn't going to happen for several years down the road, why don't we do both? Why don't we initiate your proposal, Mr. Santana, but with a specific direction to move toward an exclusive agreement in time?
Well,
and I would like to get responses from both the department and Mr. Santana.
To clarify, our report does not recommend a specific fee. We laid out a range of what potential general fund revenue could be generated, and Commissioner Alarcon is correct. It would be at that higher rate, but that's the case for either an exclusive or non-exclusive. But I think I would defer to the city attorney on the specific question you raised as to whether the city could pursue both concurrent. My only knowledge of this is to say that if the city were to adopt a non-exclusive, I don't understand where it is written that it prohibits the city then at some later point to pursue an exclusive.
So I think there is one question still to be answered, and I know that there are city attorneys present here, but the imposition of a fee for the existing system, and under the existing open market system versus a non-exclusive system, which is essentially the same thing because you have access to the entire city market. The imposition of a fee may have Prop 26 implications, and so if I don't know what those may be, but maybe the city attorney could speak to that point.
Okay, yeah, let me, well, let's go to Mr. Krikorian, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, on the issue of setting the fee, because all of these projections are based on where the fee ends up getting set under either scenario. What I heard F&H say with regard to rate caps is that it's very difficult to identify what an appropriate cap should be, and that there are serious policy implications of getting it wrong one way or the other. You either have service reduction, or you have, see if you went the other way, you'd have essentially, gouging, overpayment. And then the other thing is we haven't really seen any model that we can really rely on in determining what our business model should be, and I think in your report, Enrique, as I recall, you said that there's no real good analogy that we can, use as a basis for rate setting. So in an exclusive scenario, the franchisee is essentially going to have monopoly power in their area. The only regulation on rates is going to be government intervention. It's going to be the city's participating in price setting. And as I see it, that's the functional equivalent of like a utility, a regulated utility then. And a utility, when it needs to adjust its fee, goes and makes a rate case. And they talk about their costs, and they talk about all the government regulations, all the other things, and they justify their rate case. So I'm trying to understand what will be the process by which, in a monopoly situation, we determine what an appropriate rate is. Are we going to build in a guaranteed profit? If a franchisee says that their costs have spiked because their CEO decided they needed a big bonus or something, are they going to pass that on? Are they going to say, well, we still have to have our, margin, we still have to have our profit, and that's going to be on the backs of our, tenants in our rental housing and our small businesses who are dependent upon this new monopoly to pick up their trash? How is that going to happen when you don't have any competition?
Well, Councilman, we can draw on some examples. City of San Jose just went through an exclusive transition in the commercial sector, and San Jose is a pretty large city. So we do have examples to draw upon. I want to emphasize that in the exclusive model, that there's an inherent competitive stage by which, we, the city, and the haulers as proposals will engage in a competitive exchange.
During the RFA, but we're talking about a 10-year contract with 5-year extensions. So over the course of 20 years, the city is going to have to be actively engaged in rate setting.
So then, the way that most of these end up having, and there's a risk assumption, certainly, but generally they have a CPI allowance, and that's about it. A CPI allowance. So there isn't this whole exchange of, it can occur in the PUC sometimes as to, this has gone up, the other thing has gone up. Now, others have entered into sort of prescribing an allowable profit margin. I hope we can stay away from such a thing, but, some have done it. San Jose prescribed an allowable profit margin. Not guaranteed, allowable.
So it's more like a cap rather than a floor.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Cardenas on the fees and...
At this point, and also it was brought up that Proposition 26, do we have a city attorney in the House who has given an opinion on Proposition 26? Can you please, not on Proposition 26 as a whole, but how it may or may not apply to franchises for the city of Los Angeles on this subject matter?
Good afternoon, Deputy City Attorney John Carvalho. This The city attorney's office hasn't provided an opinion on the application of Prop 26 as of yet. The city attorney's office was asked this morning through a letter from the CAO's office to provide an opinion regarding the application of Prop 26 to a new franchise fee, whether it's a exclusive franchise fee or a non-exclusive franchise fee. So I can't offer you an opinion on Prop 26 at this point on the application of Prop 26, but I can tell you that the request has been made, and the city attorney's office will consider the issue and provide an opinion.
Okay, so until the city attorney is willing to give a written opinion, now we're just going to have to depend on some people saying that there's a Proposition 26 violation or not while we're making a decision.
There's a Prop 26 analysis that needs to be done whether or not it's a exclusive franchise or a non-exclusive franchise. Any time the city is going to create a new fee, you need to do a Prop 26 analysis. And this is the proposal, as I understand it, from the CAO's office, is to create a new fee. We have a fee currently. We have
Wait a minute, also from the Department of Sanitation, they're recommending a franchise fee as well via an exclusive.
I understand the franchise fee that's recommended from the BOS is essentially the current AB 939 fee, if I'm mistaken on that.
Hold on a second, we have them right here. Is that the case?
What we have said in our report, Councilman, was that we asked that the council instruct the city attorney to issue an official opinion. The point being that...
No, I'm sorry, just on the point of whether or not your analysis and your research so far, and you're providing information both to your board and to this council so far, are you talking about potentially a fee above and beyond the current fee?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
So back to you. So therefore, in both cases, it appears that in a non-exclusive, as is being contemplated, and an exclusive franchise as being contemplated, in either case, we would be talking about needing an analysis on Prop 26 as to either one of those going forward.
Going forward, you need to do analysis under Prop 26. If you're going to charge an additional fee over the AB 939, 10% on gross revenue fee, you're going to need to do an analysis under Prop 26. Obviously, the analysis, we have more time to do an analysis under Prop 26 if you're talking about creating an exclusive franchise in the year 2016. We have sufficient time to do that analysis. If you're talking about doing a non-exclusive franchise and creating a new fee starting the start of 2013 in a few months, that's problematic from the analysis perspective to provide enough time to make that analysis.
Really? How long do you think it's going to take you to get back to us with that analysis? It's already been requested by the CAO.
This isn't a simple issue, and the program essentially that is being presented in the CAO's report, it raises some questions that it doesn't answer. It raises the question whether or not we're talking about sweeping away currently the AB 939 permit system entirely and putting in its place a non-exclusive franchise system that any hauler who's currently conducting business in the city of Los Angeles right now would have the choice of either no longer conducting business in the city of Los Angeles or signing on to that non-exclusive agreement. Or is the CAO contemplating that permit holders currently have a choice whether to continue on their permit through the expiration of the notice period, the 5-year notice period.
Try to move the mic closer. You keep getting faded.
Sure. My point is that the CAO's report, it's not clear on exactly what is being proposed with the non-exclusive franchise beginning in January 31st, 2013, what's going to happen to the permit holders currently who have a 5-year notice right under state law that do not want to join the non-exclusive franchise system.
Well, I'm sorry. I asked you a question. How long do you think it would take to come back with your department's answer to clarifying for us? And I know you got into some nuances, but nuances withstanding, you just gave us some variables of what you may have to analyze. Is this the kind of thing that it's going to take you a year to get back to us once you realize the nuances of what we're asking of you? Or is this the kind of thing that maybe you can get back to us within a month or two?
I'd have to defer to the attorneys in my office that are going to be doing the Prop 26 analysis. I'm not going to be doing the Prop 26 analysis on my own, and if I am part of that process, I'm going to be part of a team that's doing that analysis. We have experts in our office on Prop 26.
Thank you. Let me do this. Since we've, some council members wanted to chime in when there's a topic and then they ask questions and we go into another direction, let us, instead of us doing that, we'll just go back and let our questioning be finished from our council members on whatever they want to ask, but we won't be able to ask specifically on that question. But Mr. Krikourian, one final thing. You had a legal question on this, and then we're going to go back to Zine and Koretz, and then we'll just stay with each council member.
It's a discrete question. I think Mr. Zine and Mr. Alarcon both raised the point, is there anything stopping us from doing a non-exclusive in the interim period while we're working on doing the exclusive franchise agreement? And of course, state law requires the 5-year notification for an exclusive agreement. I'm wondering if the city attorney has yet analyzed or opined upon whether or not a non-exclusive franchise agreement would trigger that notice requirement, and if so, whether that's an inhibition in our doing what Mr. Alarcon had proposed, or if it's a voluntary non-exclusive franchise agreement, does that avoid the risk of, a 5-year notice requirement? If you haven't researched it, that's fine. I just want to know if you have an answer on hand on that.
Absolutely. It needs to be considered. The 5-year notice requirement under state law needs to be considered if you're going to impose a non-exclusive franchise beginning prior to the expiration of that notice term, which is 2016 for commercial and 2013 for multifamily. And the analysis would really turn on the specifics of the franchise agreement. What are the terms of the franchise agreement? And also on whether or not that's that's the exclusive means of providing trash hauling services in the city of Los Angeles through that non-exclusive franchise agreement, or would the current permit holders have an option of continuing on with their permit if they decide that franchise is not something that they're interested in being part of?
Okay.
Mr. Zine, if you could go back to you, and then we'll go to Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. Just add something there. We did make a request this morning for an actual legal opinion because we had received a preliminary analysis in July that stated that there wouldn't be an issue. And then we were asked to actually submit a formal request, in which we did.
Thank you. The issue I was going to ask, and you touched on this, San Jose, if we receive feedback from the other jurisdictions, San Jose, San Francisco, Oakland, Anaheim, and 55 cities in LA County that have the exclusive franchise system, have we received feedback from them, how it's worked or hasn't worked? Have we done an analysis of any of those cities that currently have this exclusive contract?
Yes, we have. And with regards to their ability to keep and stay on an exclusive, the general migration seems to be from non-exclusive to exclusive, and those who have migrated to exclusive have stayed on exclusive.
Have they received a benefit financially? Have they received complaints from the business community, or has it worked out to a satisfactory level?
It's worked to their satisfaction.
And we mentioned Prop 26, EIRs, and all these other legal requirements. How many legal requirements, other than a TRO that could be put in place from someone who doesn't like this, how many legal requirements do we have to go through to have this move forward?
The legal issues, I understand your question would be, the legal issues that this would raise would be certainly CEQA, CEQA analysis.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sure. CEQA would, I'm not sure if my mic is
You just have to get close to it. It's controlled by the gentleman over there.
Thank you. I've never had a problem people not hearing me. This is unusual because normally people say I speak too loudly. So, of course, CEQA would have to be considered under either proposal, whether it's an exclusive or non-exclusive. CEQA would have to be analyzed.
And how long would that take, normally?
How long would it take to analyze a CEQA issue? Again, there's somebody else from my office would be doing that. I would have to defer to that attorney.
But it doesn't happen in a quick fashion.
It's not overnight.
No.
Okay.
There are a lot of CEQA issues that the few attorneys in our office that handle CEQA issues are currently engaged in analyzing.
Here comes help to you right now.
I agree with John completely. It's not such a simple issue on CEQA compliance because it really depends on what CEQA would require, what type of compliance would be necessary. As you know, projects range from anywhere from categorical exemption to full EIR. The project has to be defined first before the appropriate CEQA analysis is done, whether that is anywhere from, again, the categorical exemption to full EIR. Full EIR, as we discussed when the council was considering the plastic bag ban, I mean, you're talking about 6 to 9 months or more, depending on how long it takes for the EIR to be prepared.
Okay.
What's important, though, is that the project be defined first so that we know what it is that's being analyzed. And that upfront analysis is conducted by the Bureau, and then we provide legal assistance that's necessary.
So put the horse before the cart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. What controls can we put in place to protect the consumers, those folks, and I think we've touched on this, the business community, apartment owners, et cetera, who are going to be paying additional fees? What kind of controls can we put into place legally? Are there any controls we can put into place? Right now, it's a free market. That free market evaporates when it comes to the exclusive. We then have
again, the other issue would be the the notice under the Public Resources Code, the 5-year notice period. How is that going to be affected by whatever franchise system is put in place and the timing of putting in that franchise system into place and the options to the current waste haulers who do have that notice right under the Public Resources Code, what their options are and how that is defined, and that's going to all inform the analysis of how that 5-year notice affects the city's ability to impose that new franchise system, however it's defined.
Councilmember, specifically to answer your question, I think the best way to protect the customer in this instance is to provide them ample notice of the proposed program and what that may mean in terms of dollars. I think a 10% or a 14% imposition of a new franchise fee to be effective anywhere in the range of 6 months to a year does not protect that customer. I think under the proposed exclusive system, although there will be an increase in rates, it will be down the line. There will be ample time for us to do significant outreach to the end user. We will also contemplate a business assistance program to help those that may not be able to bear the burden of the increased rates. There's also the option of a phased-in franchise fee schedule as opposed to having a constant 10% over the course of the 10-year term. We could potentially phase in that franchise fee rate, whereas in year one it could be 5%, and we can increase it by 1% over the course of the contract term. So from my perspective, I think the means with which we can protect the end user the most is to provide them ample notice so that they can prepare and incorporate into their business budgets and their operations any projected increases in costs.
And of course, that would be the case in both an exclusive and non-exclusive.
And the concern I have with that for the business community is we know a lot of businesses are struggling. Those businesses that are struggling, I know some property owners, commercial, who have lowered the rents of the businesses to keep them from vacating the premises. If we add additional, there has to be some type of opportunity for that to be absorbed. I mean, you can't keep on increasing the rates to the consumer. And I understand the legal ramifications, but we have to look at the practical aspect of it too. With that comes in mind what we had with the cable industry, cable television industry, where we had Adelphia, and then we had Time Warner, and we had all these different competing interests, and we would receive complaints. Now that it was taken over, we don't deal with that anymore because it's been taken into a new arena. You got all kinds of direct TV and this and that. That whole competitive spirit came out. But at one time, we talking about who's going to handle the complaints. We used to handle those complaints on cable TV. Now the customer has the option, whatever they want. What I see with this is we're narrowing the focus to receive compensation for the city, at the same time give that exclusive contract to that particular hauler to do that particular thing. But when I look at the numbers you're talking about, the broad numbers of 750, I think that was the number that was cited, we're really narrowing this down to a small number of the haulers. Sounds like some people outside. The construction, demolition, the movie, the hospitals, et cetera. So how many would we actually be controlling when it comes down to the numbers of haulers that we have in the city? The one, because we're excluding a whole bunch. I assume they're not going to be paying any kind of fees, or will they be paying fees?
Under the proposed system, the exclusive system, there will be 11 zones, which means there will be one exclusive franchisee in each zone, which means we will be managing those 11.
Okay, so the 11 that are managed, and it'll be the subs within those 11. The rest of them, is there any kind of financial incentive for the city with those that are going to be excluded? Or is it just those 11 zones that we're going to manage? Everyone else can be competitive with the roll-off, the new construction, the movie, whatever the case may be. Is it just the 11 that we're focused on and everyone else is going to be doing business as they do now? In a competitive spirit?
The 11 will be the regulated ones. Everyone else under the C&D and the exemptions, including medical waste and other types of waste, that will remain as is.
Competitive as it is now?
Yes.
And is there any way to, if we're talking about dollars, is there any way to include those citywide that would be paying any kind of fee?
Not to invoke more legal complications. One of the other areas that we have to watch the boundaries of is waste that is really a commodity that has a value that moves in the commerce, in this channels of commerce. For example, all scrap metal and all commodities of value that recyclables, those are protected under just, the commerce protection. So those cannot be regulated under a solid waste franchise. So C&D, that's part of the reason why some of it is exempted, because much of the C&D is specific value commodities, whether it's all bricks that have a value, whether it's, even depending on the market, ground up concrete could have a value. So that's the reason for not encroaching on those areas that now trigger a commerce consideration.
So I see. So what we're going to do is narrow this focus down to ones that we can legally control. Those people will be impacted, and the rest of them will have no impact at all.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Mr. Kretz. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question for the CAO. I appreciate your report, and we're looking at this from every angle, so it's helpful, and we appreciate the work that you put in. But I do have to admit I'm surprised at the relatively small number of stakeholders in your process, and it would appear that the environmental community, which is a large chunk of the reason why we went forward with this, wasn't involved at all, which makes it less of a useful tool, for me at least, and probably for the rest of us, and somewhat unbalanced in appearance. Why is that? Why were they not involved? Or were they not involved?
We took an approach that I instructed my staff to meet with any person who wanted to give us input on the analysis. And so anyone who asked to meet with us, we granted a meeting, and I personally sat in through all those meetings. We did receive a notice from some groups that after our report ran out that we failed to meet with them, and they were absolutely correct. So we met with them earlier this week to hear out their issues. And so our goal was not to duplicate the extensive outreach and effective outreach that the Bureau did. Our goal was to be responsive to your requests for our own analysis. Normally, when you make the request of us to engage in an analysis on a major policy issue, our staff actually doesn't communicate with anyone, sort of maintains isolation in terms of any engagement. In this case, I instructed my staff to maintain an open door, meet with anyone who asked to meet with us, and we did.
Well, unfortunately, I think it misses the point in a way, and I think some outreach should have been done, because one of the key factors is whether we really meet our environmental goals through this, and it's hard to feel confident about that if there's been no conversation with the environmental community.
You did have an opportunity to meet with Lane, which is clearly a coalition of labor and the environmental community.
Well, that would be a pretty minimal start, unfortunately, so that I don't think it's a lot of help. But be that as it may, that's the situation we're in. There's a waste and recycling news study from a couple of years ago that looks at the results of the large cities that have non-exclusive franchises. And some of those are as follows. San Diego, 59.4% recycling rate. Houston, 16.7%. New York, 55%. Chicago, 52.4%. Phoenix, 23%. Philadelphia, 42%. I mean, they're not terrible, but they're not great, and I think they're not what LA is looking for. So why, in view of the lack of amazing success of all the other large cities that have taken the approach you're recommending, why would we take your approach?
Well, there's also others like Sacramento that have an overall diversion rate of 70%, but it goes back to sort of one of the fundamental issues of our analysis, that it's all based on what the standards are. And I'm not familiar with the specific standards that have been adopted in the various cities that you outline. What we would recommend is that the same standards and expectations that were going to be laid out for an exclusive be adopted in a non-exclusive, that in order to be able to compete in Los Angeles, that the rules be clearly outlined and the expectations be laid out, and that an enforcement mechanism be put in place within the Bureau to ensure that those standards are actually being met. And so the other part of our report is recommending that the department engage in an extensive strategic planning and helping build the infrastructure of the technology and the facilities throughout the city, and in fact actually consider being engaged in developing some of them themselves or partnering with private operators to ensure that the capacity for reaching those objectives are actually met, and that the kind of impact to the community are not just driven to one part of town, that they're actually maintained throughout the city, so that there's equitable treatment of the impacts of having those facilities in specific neighborhoods.
Now, on the other side, and maybe I'll ask this question of Public Works and Sanitation folks, a lot of the concern that I'm hearing in my district is more from businesses that are already doing a lot. So as an example, the dining terrace at Westfield Century City uses all reusable glassware, plates, utensils, and has an on-site composter to guarantee that food waste doesn't go to a landfill. Constellation Place recycles 160 tons of mixed paper, cardboard, bottles and cans, 1,000 pounds of e-waste. They recycle lamps and ballasts, and about 85% of construction waste. So the question for me is, can the exclusive franchise system meet and service those progressive efforts and adequately support them?
The short answer is yes. The sort of a broader answer is that that's where we partner with the private haulers and the industry, as Miguel was alluding to, is that we capitalize on those innovative and pioneering business who are willing to try something new that is not necessarily being done elsewhere, and that we facilitate that, both as a program manager, as the city department that will manage this, as well as through the private haulers. And if that means, separate collection, different type of collection, and having an agreement with some kind of processor, because this industry is obviously evolving on the recyclability of materials. We know every month some new material comes into the market that needs to be sorted as to whether it's compostable, recyclable, or neither. so, or energy recoverable. So anyway, the short answer is yes.
Ms. Alarcon, do you have anything you want to add to that? Okay. Another question, and it's been touched on, is the unique needs of film studios and how easily those are addressed in a franchise versus a non-franchise system. Most filming is temporary, has very specific needs, particularly that waste be picked up almost at a moment's notice, sometimes in the middle of the night, where every few minutes of delay can cost a production a lot of money. How sure are we that we can respond to this adequately with an exclusive franchise?
What we're proposing in our recommendations in the response to the motions is that we recognize the fact that in the mobility of the on-site shooting by the film industry, and they could move across certainly franchise boundaries, but they could also move across city boundaries, although they should stay in LA, but they do move across city boundaries. And as you said, Councilman, they could move quickly, and so it's important that that kind of service be assured that they can move the hauler that they have engaged with wherever they go, and that could be across city boundaries. So we are recommending that that part of the film industry be exempted from the franchise.
If I could just add, the part of the rationale for exempting what we call on-location production is because it's temporary in nature. What is being covered, or at least being proposed to be covered under the commercial and multifamily franchise system, apply to commercial premises. On-location production doesn't fit within the definition of a commercial premises because it is temporary, but also because it essentially is the buildup of sets and the demolition of sets. It's construction and demolition, thereby exempted under our proposal.
And under a non-exclusive, the hauler would still have the opportunity to select whichever, and the production company rather, would have the opportunity to select whatever hauler they best meets their needs, as long as they meet the city standards that are established by your council.
Okay. Additionally, use of the on-site filming still requires use of public roads, which is basically the premise of a franchise, compensation to the city for use of city's infrastructure. So in a non-exclusive, we're actually not recommending it be exempted.
And so this would include studio sets and everything else, I presume, under both systems. Okay.
As I understand the proposal as developed by the CAO, there aren't any exemptions, so there isn't an exemption for construction and demolition, which would then mean there is also not an exemption for on-location production.
You wouldn't need one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, why don't we go to public comment? We still have an opportunity for questions and comments after public comment. We'll get back to our questioning or direction, whatever we will do after public comment. So let me first begin with calling up the folks we have identified, 15 people, 2 minutes each, for the exclusive option. Our first speaker is Candace Kim. After Candace Kim is Hillary Gordon and Adrian Martinez.
Hello. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Candace Kim, and I'm here with the Coalition for Clean Air. We are here to show our strong support for an exclusive franchise for commercial and multifamily waste in LA, and we urge you to reject the flawed conclusions made by the CAO, which, as it was pointed out, sought no input from the environmental community. We are concerned that the non-exclusive franchise recommended by the CAO will do nothing to reduce the number of commercial refuse vehicle miles traveled in our communities, because we'll still be dealing with the same number of companies, overlapping routes, and an inefficient system. The HF&H consulting report commissioned by the Bureau of Sanitation last year found that an exclusive system would result in the fewest number of commercial refuse vehicles and minimize the environmental footprint of solid waste operations. Furthermore, the exclusive system will provide better accountability and give us the more realistic model for enforcing clean truck standards. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hillary Gordon. I'm the chair of the Zero Waste Committee for the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. We're the largest chapter in the Sierra Club with over 40,000 members whom I represent here today. We have been working very hard to help the citizens and the City of LA adopt and pursue zero waste goals. We've made great progress in our recycling opportunities here, but we still have far to go. The opportunity to recycle must be guaranteed to all Angelenos, and currently it is not. And let's not forget, that is why we are all here today in the first place. That is why, with all due respect to the CAO, Sierra Club rejects the findings of his report, which shockingly failed to include any input from the environmental community. If our input had been considered, they'd have known that it is not enough to just say we can meet diversion goals in a non-exclusive system, and thus it is so. Getting to zero waste will require comprehensive long-term planning and programming, public education, pay-as-you-throw rate structures, food waste planning, infrastructure development, and the absolute highest expectations and standards for recycling and diversion. These things can't realistically happen in a non-exclusive system. They don't happen in non-exclusive systems. We also know that one of the biggest problems, as you've heard, is the overlapping truck routes. I know you've heard from me a lot on this, but I just want to reiterate it because of how serious a problem it is, not just for myself, but for many Angelenos. My street, every day of the week, often multiple times a day, we're talking about 12 trucks on my street every week. A non-exclusive system does absolutely nothing to address that situation. And what has the CAO said about solving the truck problem? They dismiss it. As an Angeleno, as an environmental advocate, I beg to disagree, because only an exclusive franchise system could result in the fewest number of commercial refuse vehicles and minimize the environmental footprint of solid waste operations in our neighborhoods by decreasing truck traffic, vehicle emissions, pavement impact, and noise. Please, please recommend an exclusive franchise. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the NRDC and our thousands of members in the city, I support moving forward with the exclusive franchise proposal from the Bureau of Sanitation. I provide this support after participating in the Bureau's stakeholder process, after reading the Bureau of Sanitation's reports, the HF&H reports, and spending countless hours with my colleagues at groups like Sierra Club, discussing how do we develop a program with the highest likelihood of success in meeting environmental goals. I also provide this support after reading the policy proposal in the CAA report, which does not provide a sound basis for this committee to bite on a non-exclusive system. Overall, throughout this process, we've heard success stories from opponents of an exclusive franchise model. We've heard from studios who tout their efforts to green their waste operations. We've heard from customers who like their haulers, including haulers who provide recycling for them. But unfortunately, in a city of approximately 100,000 contracts in the multifamily and commercial sector, these success stories are too few and far between. For example, we've heard from one customer who claimed to have high diversion rates next to a building with no recycling services offered. To meet the ambitious objectives of 90% diversion from landfills by 2025, we need to make these isolated success stories the norm. We need to create a new paradigm of waste planning where we look at service zones, demand haulers compete aggressively to show which company can provide quality service with meaningful environmental standards, like less burdensome truck operations and waste diversion and recycling standards. And then engage in long-term comprehensive planning that serves all city residents in that service zone and that replicates, rather than marvels at, the programming and success of the city's highest performers. We have to bring that level of performance to scale. And an exclusive franchise system is the only way to get that done. And I just want to repeat that because a lot of people have claimed, the environmental community, exclusive franchise is the best way to get that done. To end this process will not be simple, but it's a necessary step. So I encourage you not to follow the CAO report and opponents and move forward with an exclusive franchise model.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Leslie Van Curren Campbell, Gabe Peterson, and Andrea Nichols.
My name is Leslie Van Curren Campbell. I'm a sustainability and zero waste consultant and recent representative of the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council. There's a lot of talk here today and in the CAO report about what's best for businesses in this city. But most of the talk is really about the special interests of haulers and big businesses who would benefit handsomely from a non-exclusive system. They say an exclusive franchise will be bad for business because the system we have now has long served them. But it's done so on the backs of small businesses who don't have time to come to City Hall, can't afford lobbyists, and aren't businesses the Chamber and company realistically represent or care about. I and a number of small businesses have joined Don't Waste LA for this reason. They'll tell you they want to recycle, but they can't, because the haulers they have to choose from offer inadequate service or service that costs too much, or because they have a landlord that faces similar obstacles and they've given up. How does a non-exclusive system account for those businesses? When I was GM of a popular local restaurant, recycling didn't come with our lease. We were in a desirable area, but our volume wasn't enough for haulers to make it affordable. We had to break the law to dump our recyclables in neighborhood blue bins. If you listen to small businesses, this is happening all over the city. It's no surprise the kind of change big businesses and landlords are willing to endorse is one that looks like the system we have now. Why? Because it's the big businesses that can stipulate we're not paying the pass-through on those franchise fees, and the haulers will agree. Then the small businesses I represent will either pay more or receive less service. In contrast, the exclusive franchise model recommended by Board of Public Works, Bureau of Sanitation, and leading environmentalists would ensure the best comprehensive service for all customers.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Peterson. I'm an LA resident and a former owner of a bicycle shop in San Francisco called Box Dog Bikes. Box Dog Bikes has now been a thriving local business since 2004. Having owned a small business in San Francisco, I can't imagine facing the challenges businesses do here getting adequate and affordable service for waste and recycling. San Francisco has an exclusive franchise for their waste and recycling, and it's working. It's working so well that in June, 76% of voters rejected a ballot measure which would have changed that system. And here's why. Small business owners want reliability, predictability, and good rates. We don't have time to shop around or negotiate for services we need, especially if we're small. There's no incentive for haulers to give us a good price. We also feel like we're out there by ourselves. It's hard getting information about better service, specialized service, or even basic recycling. Our waste is part of our lease often, and we're at the mercy of small or absentee landlords and stuck with what we have. That's the system LA's businesses are struggling with, and it's the kind of system that the CAO report recommends and big business interests want. When I moved here from San Francisco, I worked for a nonprofit that had one black bin and back. The hauler wouldn't deal with us because the contract was in the landlord's name. At Box Dog Bikes, we had leverage. We had the combined power of all the other retailers in our area who were served by the same company. The system made for economies of scale, resulting in lower rates and much better service that actually met our needs. In an exclusive franchise, you have a clear system, you know what your options are, and you know where to go when you have problems. There's available information because the company invests in recycling education. You're empowered. The bottom line is that an exclusive franchise system in San Francisco is working. The concept of choice I keep hearing about is illusory. The only real choice in a non-exclusive system is for big business and landlords. They don't represent the entire business community. A non-exclusive doesn't provide much choice for little guys like me. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrea Nichols. After Andrea, we have Bill Gallegos.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Nichols. I work with the UCLA Labor Occupational Safety and Health Program, better known as UCLA LOSH. And I'm troubled by the position that the CAO has put out in support of a non-exclusive franchise. This proposal puts the interests of haulers ahead of workers, and many of these haulers have completely disregarded the safety of their employees. Most of us know about the tragic deaths of Armando and Eladio Ramirez, two boys who died while working at a waste facility in Kern County. The reason for their deaths was employer neglect. If the company had followed Cal OSHA standards, these boys would still be alive. And employer neglect isn't isolated to just one company or one facility either. Just months ago, American Reclamation, which is a leading member of the LA County Disposal Association and an advocate for a non-exclusive franchise system, was cited by Cal OSHA for 36 health and safety violations, with penalties amounting to almost $40,000. These findings are shining a light on substandard safety conditions in the whole industry. The exclusive franchise system is the only system that will prevent these kinds of violations from continuing, because it will enable the city to hold waste companies accountable. We can have as many standards as we want on the books, but standards mean nothing unless we have some way of ensuring that only companies who meet these standards are allowed to operate. The city has an obligation to make sure that workers are protected, and we can't rely on Cal OSHA to do that alone. People can pay all the lip service they want to their commitment to job standards, but the reality is that a non-exclusive system amounts to a safe haven for bad employers. If the city doesn't know who, where, when, or how trash is being hauled or dealt with, how can those companies really be held accountable? They can't. In contrast, a system with 10 to 12 contracts at least allows for clearer lines of accountability and capacity for enforcement. The City of LA needs an exclusive franchise system to make viable, once for all, a protection of workers' safety and health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Gallegos, and after Bill, we have Aaron Ballard.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Gallegos, and I'm the Executive Director at Communities for a Better Environment, and I'm here to support the exclusive franchise system. At CBE, our mission is to achieve environmental health and justice by building grassroots power in communities of color and working class communities. And it's on behalf of those communities that I endorse the exclusive system. We've dealt with issues around waste and recycling industry for many years, and we believe that an exclusive franchise system for LA's commercial and multifamily waste is the only way the city is going to reach zero waste goals and address all the harmful impacts of the dirty system we have currently, particularly in communities that we represent. Poor air quality, water quality, all of the incredible negative impacts from the current system. Since the Don't Waste LA Coalition first launched this effort over 2 years ago, we've seen a few major independent reports confirming this, and we're an organization that believes in evidence-based policymaking. In November 2011, a national report by the Telus Institute found that recycling creates jobs, reduces climate change, and improves public health, all of which would benefit our communities. Then in January of this year, a report by HF&H Consultants concluded that an exclusive franchise system would have the smallest environmental footprint of any system that we would consider. Moreover, there have been countless stakeholder meetings, hearings, and reports, and the primary dissenting voice has been that of the industry. They call themselves ACE, or Angelinos for a Clean Environment, but they are the very companies who have taken us down the wrong path. By cutting corners on standards meant to protect all of us with their dirty trucks, their limited, if any, recycling operations, and their dangerous jobs, which have already cost 2 lives. We've also repeatedly heard from a sector of both the business community and landlords that want the whole city to pay for their price, leverage, and convenience by continuing with the Wild West exclusive system. We think it's time for a change, and the time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Ballard. After Aaron, we have David Kramer.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Ballard. I'm the owner of Ballard's Artwork Framing in Echo Park. Like many of the other business owners in Echo Park, I'm an artist, and I was drawn to Echo Park as a musician and dance teacher. I got into the framing business many years ago, and I worked for a big company for 6 years. and I noticed there's a lot of waste in the recycling. I tried to do all I could, printing reports, as I still do, on the backside of papers that could have been thrown away. So that's kind of where my heart is. I started my own business in Echo Park when I saw that the big corporation I worked for couldn't help out the customers in the best way possible. When I first started, I contacted a waste company, and the cost was so large. I handed out flyers to my friends to come by with bags of trash, or trash bags, and just pick up a bag of trash each. And I have a book at the shop to tell them my thanks, pictures of all of them. So it's definitely a situation where it's too costly for me to recycle. So what I do is I found people on Craigslist who will come and pick up the metal. There's someone in the alleyway that picks up cardboard, and so I take my cardboard over to them, and then I take my paperwork home and put it in my recycling bin there. Unfortunately and shamefully, there are many times when business is too great, and those who are working for me end up just throwing a lot of things that could be recycled away in the trash can. So I'm here just to represent myself and other businesses that have a strong desire to recycle but don't have the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Kramer. And after David, we have Sandra, I believe it's Zebi.
Hi, my name is David Kramer, and I'm here today in favor of an exclusive franchise for the City of Los Angeles because I believe it's the system that best serves the needs of my business, Family Books, which is located on Fairfax between Beverly and Melrose. Basically, we offer a unique selection of small press books, artist books, independent publishers, the kind of stuff you don't find at the larger chain bookstores. We've been in business for around 5.5 years. We've developed a devoted customer base. Like many other small businesses in this city, we've dealt with the challenges and the awkwardness, really, of trying to navigate the current system for commercial waste and recycling service. The truth is, it's non-existent for businesses like ours, which is pretty shocking for a city this size and of this significance. When we first started out, we generated very little trash, so we simply wound up taking the trash we did have and dumping it in the bins of the residential neighbors behind the store. The larger recyclables we generated were mostly the cardboard boxes the books came in, and they were collected by a guy who would come around in his truck. That was fine, but we're bigger now, and we're not able to handle all our recycling in that way. We have much more and a wider variety of trash. So we now pay for a dumpster, but recycling wasn't even an option with this level of service when we got it. What that means is the cardboard boxes are still collected by the guy who comes around in a truck. And anything else that is recyclable, like pizza boxes or bottles and cans and paper, they all go into the dumpster as well, because we don't usually have the time or the ability to take them somewhere else to be recycled. Something is wrong here, and I can only imagine how wrong the bigger picture would look if you were to take a larger snapshot of what happens to commercial recycling throughout the city, capturing all the small businesses that are just like ours. The system that I understand haulers and larger business interests in this city are calling for won't serve small businesses like ours, and it sounds like it'll cost even more.
Thank you.
That makes no sense.
Thank
Thanks.
you, David. Sandra, is it Zebi or Zabi? Zebi. Zebi. And after Sandra, we have Terry Jackson.
Okay, my name is Sandra Zebi. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm an artist, and I own a building and a business on Sunset Boulevard in Silver Lake. And I'm having issues with the trash. We used to take the trash, me and my tenants, in our car. Now I'm hunting for homeless to do the recycling. And as everybody else, the services are very expensive. And the only way for us is to support Don't Waste LA. We don't have any other choice. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Terry Jackson. After Terry, we have Ron Herrera.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Terry Jackson, and I'm a owner of a 7-unit building in Leimert Park. When I heard that the CAO was trying to recommend a non-exclusive system, which was going to increase the fees, which they promised these will immediately bring money to the city of Los Angeles, I got very much concerned. A non-exclusive, system. I've been around long enough to know that an immediate increase in the fees is going to pass down to little guys like me. If the haulers also are asked to higher fees, then the fees are going to be passed down to its customers. But the big guys, the big customers, and I mean the big landlords, have the negotiating power that I don't have. Most of the smaller guys and smaller landlords like myself and tenants, they're the ones who's going to be hit with the extra costs. The cost of recycling as well was passed down to me as well with the increase of prices if they do come out to recycle. I inquired about that. And normally because my numbers don't fit their numbers, I can't measure up to their standards. A non-exclusive franchise would only be beneficial for everyone. It's more or less put us on the same playing field, and as well, the fees will be able to regulate it, and that's what we need here. To add insult to injury, we continue to get the same treatment of companies and our obligations to provide us with the same service that we get from the big guys. So I support the non-exclusive franchise.
Thank you, Terry. Ron Herrera.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Ron Herrera, a Teamster member for 37 years and principal officer of Teamsters Local 396. Our local has 9,000 members, of which 3,000 are private sector waste and recycling workers. And I don't make excuses for representing workers, and I've dedicated myself to ensuring that workplace safety is a priority. Today, I speak for all Teamsters in attendance, and we strongly support the Bureau's proposal for an exclusive franchise system. But in spite of what private haulers, big businesses, and the press would like you to think, this is not only a Teamster issue. We are joined by nearly 30 other environmental and community organizations who want what's best for Los Angeles. I've been to the majority of the stockholder meetings and every public hearings. And at all these meetings, I've heard the companies talk about standards and how the city can introduce standards in a non-exclusive system. Why all of a sudden are standards important to these companies? Why weren't they adhering to these standards already and protecting their workers, our community, and the environment? And then there's the CAO's report, which is a complete contradiction to two expert reports, including one from the city's own Bureau of Sanitation. This CAO report is essentially a one-sided pie-in-the-sky dream of instant revenue for the city. It only looks at revenue. It does not account for increased costs for the city under this non-exclusive plan. How can we expect the city to enforce an even greater level of standards if all we are doing is allowing the same unlimited number of companies to merely trade their permits for a franchise agreement? It's time that the city of Los Angeles make a bold move and take the necessary steps to create a waste and recycling system for the 21st century and all its stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Elena Durazo. After Maria, we have Greg Good.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Maria Elena Durazo with the LA Federation of Labor.
I'm here today in support of an exclusive franchise in our commercial and multifamily waste system. I'm here today because workers have died under this system, like the 16-year-old and this 22-year-old boys right here. Imagine what it would be like if you were their parents. Any system that lacks accountability is unacceptable for the people of the city of Los Angeles. You have, yes, on the one side, some big business and some haulers. And I tell you though, on the other side, you have the rest of us. The rest of us who are here, we all stand together because we have been working really hard for 2 years. We have put every ounce of energy to making sure we meet with as many people as possible. What is proposed to you today is different from what the original idea was. But we have environmental leaders that have come here today. They've been warning all of us about the crisis we'll face if we don't do something about how much trash we generate and send to the landfills. Community groups like Pacoima Beautiful and Healthy African American Families work tirelessly to protect neighborhoods in our cities who have been railroaded and abused by this industry for decades. And all of our partners stand with the waste workers because they know that those workers are on the front line of protecting all of us. We are all in this together. And yet the CAO's report, frankly, reduced this problem to one of special interest, making the highly illusory promise of quick revenue, convenience for the 1%, and lifelong security for a few haulers. That has become the primary concern instead of the rest of us. They claim standards for workers in our communities can be met just as easily under a non-exclusive franchise. And how? We have health and safety laws now, but they are abused daily by the waste and recycling industry. We have wage and hour laws now, and they are daily violated by the waste and recycling industry. What's going to change in the non-exclusive system in the city? We have no legitimate way of knowing what's going on. City council members, there's no legitimate means for accountability in this system. The Latino immigrant workers, the African American workers, men and women who are most of the workforce deserve better. And we're going to fight until we do better for them. And we hope that you stand with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg Good.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Greg Good. I'm the director of the Don't Waste LA project. I'd like everyone in the room who's a part of this coalition to stand up. Those opposing the Bureau's recommendations, including the CAO, have now for 2 years said you can have it all with a non-exclusive system. You can have diversion standards. You can have job standards. You can have truck impact standards. Yet in those 2 years, the only quote-unquote plan that has materialized is we'll come up with the standards. You can meet the same standards. Where's the meat? 2 years to come up with an alternative plan, and there is none. Why? Because it's not plausible. It is simply not plausible. It is a fool's errand to assume that you can preemptively hold people accountable in a system of in the city of Los Angeles where you don't know who, where, what, when, or how any trash is being picked up, any account is being handled, any contract is being executed, any truck route is being dealt with, or any rate is being negotiated. It is absolutely farcical to assume that you can hold these companies on the same level of accountability in a non-exclusive system as you can in an exclusive system. And we know that to be true in part because why? The city's experts in waste and recycling, the Bureau of Sanitation, has been clear. HF&H Consulting, the state's gold standard in waste consulting, has been clear. All the environmental community has been clear. 55 cities in LA County, 31 cities in Orange County, San Jose, San Francisco, Oakland, Seattle, hundreds of cities up and down this state have been clear, expressly looking to maximize diversion, limit impacts on trucks, create fair rates. This is not rocket science. We're not asking the city to jump on the moon. This is not a test. This has been done. This is about the city catching up. This is about the city getting with the program. We need to do it. We support an exclusive franchise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the 15 proponents. We now move to those who are opposed to the Department of Public Works standards or proposal. First, we have Sarah Sheehy, and then Ron Saldana after Sarah. Sarah? Is Sarah here? Okay, Ron Saldana. After Ron, Dan Agajanian.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ron Saldana. I'm the Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Disposal Association, and we're here today in support of the CAO's report and opposed to an exclusive franchise. And let me give you a few reasons why. Our association strongly supports a non-exclusive franchise the CAO's impartial analysis said it very precisely. A non-exclusive franchise can meet the same objectives, but with less impact to the city. We as an industry are anxious to move forward with franchise regulations. They will continue to increase recycling while decreasing landfilling. We're anxious to continue to move forward with new environmental standards, such as alternative fuel trucks, which are already being implemented into our fleets. And we're anxious to provide important employee benefits and high working standards, which are already being done across the board. Competition is what drives the solid waste industry in Los Angeles. Kill it, and you will be dependent upon moving forward through a necessary, new, inefficient bureaucracy which must operate through continual mandates and enforcement actions to police these mandates. Your own Bureau of Sanitation, I'm referring to a report of August 23, outlines an exclusive program. Read it. You can only conclude that it could only be monitored through extensive staff operations. The CAO's report gives a very credible timeline for the implementation of a non-exclusive commercial collection program, and I would refer to the HF&H report of 123 that says, if the city were to choose option number 4, the voluntary non-exclusive franchising process, the city could start receiving franchise fees for the multifamily and commercial sectors via franchise agreements in 2012 or 2013. That's your city report. That's from your gold standard consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Dan Agazine. After Dan, we have Jessica Duboff.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Daniel Agajanian. I'm here representing my company, Direct Disposal. I'm also a business owner in the city of Los Angeles and a property owner here. I also do waste recycling and construction and demo recycling. And I'm here in, I am drawing a blank here, but anyway, I am here to propose that we go with the non-exclusive franchise. And the reason that we go with that non-exclusive franchise is because it is a very straightforward agreement that we could come to with all the haulers that are presently doing business in LA. A lot of constituents here have said they had problems getting recycling services from other haulers. That I can't understand, because of the 68 haulers that do commercial service in LA, it's impossible to me to say that you cannot call one of those haulers today and negotiate a deal with them on recycling. A non-exclusive contract would allow that to happen today. An exclusive contract, on the other hand, one size fits all. And this is a monster city. We have 110,000 businesses in the city. All the cities that Greg Good mentioned are small cities. There's not one that's the size of Los Angeles. One of the territories alone is bigger than most of the cities in the South Bay or in the San Gabriel Valley that we presently have exclusive franchises. And their rates in the San Gabriel Valley, in areas surrounding the Los Angeles area, are much higher than the rates that we have in a non-exclusive franchise or in a permit area here in Los Angeles. It's up to the hauler and the customer to negotiate the price. It's up to the hauler and the customer to negotiate the level of service. And that can be accomplished in a non-exclusive franchise, along with the city not having to set rates, not having to have waste shed areas going down in the middle of a CD district. On one side, one waste shed, on the other side in the same CD district, another waste hauler hauling the same trash for a different price. People believe that they're going to save money by going with with an exclusive, they will not. So I urge you to continue to go with the non-exclusive franchise, and we'd be glad to comply with anything the city has to offer us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica DeBuff. After Jessica is Ron Baudin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Duboff. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce and our 1,600 member organizations. We're here in strong support of the recommendation of a non-exclusive franchise system for waste hauling as laid out in the CAO report. Los Angeles has a unique opportunity to create a system in the city that will facilitate goals we can all agree upon: increase safety, higher diversion rates, and positive environmental impacts. A non-exclusive system would require haulers to meet city rules, allowing the city increased control and oversight, while maintaining a market-based industry that keeps rates competitive and is responsive to the diverse needs of our commercial and multi-waste family facilities. Los Angeles is a sprawling city, one that cannot be easily compared in size or scope to other cities. We have a variety of businesses that all have very specific needs and a compelling argument for exemptions under an exclusive system. A non-exclusive system is a workable compromise between maintaining the status quo and an exclusive system that will put companies out of business and people out of work. Additionally, the implementation and oversight of an exclusive system would require a new bureaucracy at an already resource-strapped City Hall, while eliminating the mechanisms that keep the industry competitive and responsive to business and the community. As for the Prop 26 discussion, according to the Prop 26 implementation guide put out last year by the California League of Cities, solid waste franchise fees are included under the exception for entrance to or use of local government property, so that might be something to take a look at. The Chamber urges the Joint Committee to move the CAO's recommendation of a non-exclusive system to the full Council, and we look forward to participating in designing a system that will continue the greening of Los Angeles while maintaining jobs, businesses, and the benefits of a responsive, relationship-based, competitive system. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Baudin, Judy Erickson, and Doug Ossernolt. Ed here? Ron? Judy? You, Judy? Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Erickson, and I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation. The Business Federation represents over 100 top business groups across LA County with more than 185,000 business owners. In LA City Council districts, we represent approximately 69,000 business owners. BizFed urges your support today for the more pragmatic and sound approach of a non-exclusive franchise system. A non-exclusive franchise system could be implemented much more quickly than an exclusive franchise, and it's a revenue stream that the city does need rather quickly. A non-exclusive franchise system also will not put the city in a precarious position of arbitration and management and liability on an uncharted system at a time when we can least afford that. In addition, this non-exclusive will allow the city to implement all of the other goals that it has: greater recycling and reporting, clean fleet standards, workplace safety oversight, and tracking of hauling operations. It also allows small haulers to continue to compete for business and consumers to continue to negotiate for the best rates and services. BizFed urges you to adopt a business-friendly, non-exclusive franchise plan as recommended by your CAO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I represent the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, consisting of more than 380 businesses that have created over 100,000 jobs in the San Fernando Valley and surrounding areas. VICA supports the establishment of a non-exclusive waste franchise system and strongly opposes an exclusive system. As the CAO report points out, a non-exclusive system would enable the city to regulate waste hauling without limiting competition. Conversely, an exclusive franchise system forces small haulers out of the city and potentially out of business, driving up the costs for consumers. Of particular concern to VICA, the hauling operations will be clustered in the Northeast San Fernando Valley processing centers. While this increase appears to be a boon for a few haulers, it will centralize truck trips and dumping in the Northeast Valley, impacting the environment and quality of life in this economically depressed region. This is not a labor versus business issue. We all agree on the need for standards and regulation of the industry, but an exclusive system will have repercussions for all Angelenos by putting 90% of haulers out of business and their employees out of work, some of which have been hauling for 3 generations, have played by the rules and done the right thing by their customers and the city. Now they're unwelcome. This is an economic, administrative, and moral imperative that you should keep in mind as stewards of our city and as you pursue higher office. A non-exclusive system is the only rational, fair, and environmentally conscious solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Kotanjian, Yagig Keshishian, Melissa Patel.
Anybody else pursuing higher office?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matthew Kotanjian. I am the General Manager of AAA Rubbish. We are a part of the local Teamsters Local 396 since 1989. We currently employ 18 employees, and our family has been servicing the city of Los Angeles for over 106 years. Our company was founded by my grandfather in 1944. My father and my mom behind me have been in this industry for 45 years. My uncle sitting to the left of me has been in this business for 40 years. We run approximately 10 trucks per day in the city of Los Angeles, and in an open permit system without any standards, we spent over $100,000 phasing in all of our trucks with diesel particulate trap filters. The last truck that was going to have our filter in place, that was a challenge for us. It took over 2 years to find the right product for our truck, and I had 2 options: 1, to spend $15,000 for that truck, or 2, spend $20,000 for that muffler system for that truck, and it works better. It's better for our environment, and that's a choice that we made as a business to spend more money for the greater good of the environment. We just spent over $300,000 purchasing our first natural gas trash truck in the city of Los Angeles. That's 10% of our fleet before the standards are in place. We are at 72% diversion from landfills in the city of Los Angeles. We are 8 years ahead of schedule. Some of the cities that we service in Los Angeles County, we're at 0 waste, 90% diversion from landfills. That's a great accomplishment for a fleet of only 10 trucks. I'm very proud of what I've done. I'm going to fight for what I believe in. I've competed with all the Wall Street waste companies. I've competed with all of the 30, 40, 50 truck companies. I'm here to stay. I will participate, and I'm part of your team. I will do whatever I have to do to make sure that we're still in business. I'm up for any challenges, whether it's recycling, environmental, whether it's in a hauling aspect. I'm sorry for being nervous, but I'm very emotional. I've been doing this for 22 years. I first started in this business when I was 17 years old. And if it's an exclusive system, we're going to be put on the unemployment line. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Enriquez Zaldivar with the Central City Association on behalf of our 450 businesses employing over 350,000 individuals citywide. CCA supports the findings of the CAO's independent report, and we asked that the city move toward a non-exclusive franchise system for its multifamily and commercial waste collection. Under a non-exclusive system, the city would institute a competitive marketplace for business growth without jeopardizing the operations of 140 waste haulers or their employees, which would inevitably arise under an exclusive franchise. A non-exclusive franchise would also keep prices competitive by affording owners of multifamily residential properties and commercial businesses alike the opportunity to negotiate for the best price and customer service that only the free market can provide. The business community, including the city's waste haulers, many of whom are small business owners and have been in operation for several generations, are united in asking that you oppose a citywide exclusive franchise. The city can accomplish its desired policy goals, including instituting a sustainable waste management program by moving toward a non-exclusive franchise system. At this critical juncture in our city's history, we must enact policies that support the economic growth of our small business community, not put in place legislation which disincentivizes the ability of our small business community from competing openly, or which places new burdens and restrictions on the business practices of our multifamily residential property and commercial property owners. Thank you.
You're in my committee, I'm your clerk. You go through your members. Yeah. And then you go through your members.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Melissa Patak. I'm here today on behalf of the Motion Picture Association of America and our member companies. I would like to make two brief points. First, we appreciate that both the CAO and the Bureau of Sanitation agree that on-location filming merits exemption from any franchise system, either exclusive or non-exclusive. As noted by Councilmember Koretz, the needs and requirements of productions filming in various parts of the city demand prompt and expeditious trash removal. Currently, there are a small number of specialized haulers who service on-location filming, and it is important that the process by which trash is removed in this important sector be allowed to continue. Second point, we appreciate the CAO's report recommending adoption of a non-exclusive franchise system. The CAO's report notes the unique character of motion picture studios and the waste generated, including the successful efforts at diversion, which exceed the goal the city is seeking to establish. We urge your committees to adopt the CAO's report. We note that the city will need to establish criteria for haulers to meet. Motion picture studios have unusual contractual requirements in their business relationships with their trash haulers. Those contract specifications include provisions on security, mandatory diversion rates, timeliness, and flexibility, just to mention a few. It is important that these specifications needed by the studios be included in the criteria established by the city. Should the non-exclusive franchise system be approved, we look forward to working with you on the details and criteria for implementation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Alex Comisar. And Melissa. After Alex is Melissa Patak, or Patel. And, yeah, oh, that was her. Okay, that's right. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee and staff. My name is Alex Comisar, and I'm here on behalf of the California Apartment Association, Los Angeles. I'd like to start by saying that under an exclusive franchise, findings have shown that rates could go up as much as 33%. And obviously that would be disruptive for our owners, especially those who are already under the rent stabilization ordinance. Also, by limiting which haulers can operate in certain waste sheds, property owners would lose group discounts for multiple properties that they currently benefit from. These changes will force already cash-burdened multifamily buildings to shoulder rate increases from the exclusive hauler. But in addition, I'd like to talk about the topic of, the increased truck trips as relating to the non-exclusive and exclusive franchise. Those who support an exclusive waste hauling franchise for Los Angeles base their conclusion largely on the idea that adopting an exclusive franchise would mean fewer trash trucks on the road, fewer truck trips, and in turn, a smaller environmental footprint. As the CAO report directly points out, there is simply no substantial data to support that conclusion. The report says, quote, "An exclusive franchise does not appear to offer the routing efficiencies described by the Bureau of Sanitation and the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy." And in fact, trash trucks are already the cleanest on the road. These are not like unregulated port trucks. Trash trucks have special ARB and AQMD rules specific to trash fleets only. By 2020, every truck in the South Coast Basin must be natural gas, and the industry has already spent tens of millions on alternative fuel vehicles. This will occur under any type of franchise, and frankly, no matter what the city does. The industry should be applauded, not attacked for this. This is a huge win for the environmental community. And our question is, why is the NRDC not satisfied? Thank you.
Thank you. Marguerite Cheeseborough, Clarence Griffin, and Wade Hunt.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm an owner, an apartment building owner. I also am representing our Baldwin Village Apartment Owners Association. And when I first started with my business, which is an apartment building, that was when I retired. And I figured that's a good place to start. Anyway, I inherited one of the haulers with other services that were provided. And that was one of the 4 big ones. Well, I tell you, the 4 big ones are not really that big. What happened is they come on Monday and Thursday. On every holiday, they don't show up and say, oh, don't worry, we come the next day. Well, the next day they don't show up, and then they come the week after, and it piles up with the trash, and I complain. Who can I complain to? I call the company, and all I can talk to them is to a machine and tell my problem, and I will never hear from them again. And I will have to go around the trash can, pick up and make sure that the trash from last week is still in the trash. This is not good. So finally I decided I'm going to look into this, and I'm going to find out, first of all, a hauler that is more responsible. And I found one that was a small company, a family company, and they really did a good job. The guy was the same guy coming every time. He said, when would you like to come? I said, I would like you to come on Friday because I would like the building to be nice and clean and neat for the weekend. And that was happening. And when I had an extra haul to do, like after holidays, he would show up for a little fee. He would take up another trash can full. So I was very, very happy with the independent hauler. And I could not imagine if I would have to be stuck with a company that I couldn't change. And that's what would happen with when you only have 4 people or 10 people, whatever you have, when you are assigned to somebody. And
Thank you.
where can you complain? To the city?
Thank you.
They're already dysfunctional. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I also represent the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. Both organizations oppose any exclusive waste franchise. We applaud the CAO, Mr. Santana's August 23 recommendation to the mayor and council to support a non-exclusive system. And yes, you can have all of the same things with a non-exclusive system. The NVC has additional concerns that an exclusive system would bring, at least to our neighborhood, even more trash. To BFI / Republic Sunshine Canyon landfill, which is in our neighborhood. These guys in 2011 were the worst possible landfill. Yeah, these guys are one of the big 4. And I heard somebody talking about, getting violations. We had 60 NOVs and $500,000 in fines in the last 3 years. And I'm afraid that one of these companies, like Republic, is going to be able to bid on an exclusive system, and the trash is going to end up coming to our neighborhood. I'd also like to say, hey, we believe that an EIR is in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. I'd also like to ask, because I was asked to read in something from the California Communities Against Toxics, whether or not you have a Miss Jane Williams to call up. If I could ask that, because I'd like to pass her a letter out. Otherwise, I'd like to read it into the record if you have her name on the list of people.
Whose name did you say?
Jane Williams. She's with the California Communities Against Toxics.
Yeah, we don't, I don't.
You don't have? Well, in that case, then I'd like to pass out her letter to you, if I could.
And you have 8 seconds, sir.
Thank you. She says that the city should focus on infrastructure, not waste hauling. The city has a unique opportunity to create its own waste infrastructure, not one exclusively dominated by large companies. And she believes that an EIR is required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker, Wade. Oh, you were Wade, right? We had, okay, got it. I think that was our final speaker. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for our staff, and if council members have any more final questions, and then we will entertain any action by this committee. So with that, if our staff could come back up as well, and Mr. Santana, a couple of questions on my end are, well, for both of you. On diversion, can you again just briefly go over, in your opinions, what the difference would be under exclusive and non-exclusive for diversion? For example, under non-exclusive, what controls are there in place to have or meet our diversion rates? And if we are not meeting them, who is held accountable? Is it the business? Is it the hauler? And under the exclusive, how do we set those diversions? And if we're not meeting them, who is accountable?
We'll take the first crack at your question, Councilman, with the contrast of the two models as it deals with achieving better diversion. We believe that the inherent controls that are part of the exclusive franchise will enable us to achieve higher diversion. As an example, the current system, we have been trying to implement a recycling program for many years on a voluntary basis through just the market forces alone. And it was not until we were able to do a contract arrangement to provide recycling through the current AB 939 fees that we were able to bring recycling to, say, in this case, the apartment sector. So we believe that the exclusive franchise model would better enable the city to achieve higher diversion rates.
Just a quick example of where that's happened in San Jose, and under their exclusive franchise agreements, they set fairly aggressive diversion standards. In their negotiated terms, they set 75% diversion standard by 2013 and an 80% diversion by 2014. We envision doing the same so that we can eventually achieve our zero waste goal in advance of our 2025 timeline.
CEO?
Again, I think this is an area where we agree. We believe that the same standards could be adopted in a non-exclusive.
And who would be held accountable under a non-exclusive if we're not meeting our goals?
The hauler.
The hauler will?
That's correct.
And penalties or?
Yeah, all the same framework of penalties and damages.
Same framework.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Krikorian?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first address a few questions to the issues of our environmental goals here. First of all, how much, if you can, break it down, total tonnage of waste stream in the city of Los Angeles, what percentage of it is single-family, multifamily, and commercial, and C&D? If ballpark is good enough. I just want to get a sense of the scope of this.
So total tonnage generated in the city is 10 million tons. Of that, roughly 2 million is residential, so that's about 20%. Of that, the commercial part is about 60%. And then the remaining 20% will be multifamily. So 60% commercial, 20% multifamily, and 20% residential.
Okay. And right now, 90% of that is being handled by 10 haulers, as I understood it. Is that right?
94% of the commercial and multifamily sector is handled by the top 10 haulers.
Okay. So we're having a lot of discussion about holding haulers accountable in a Wild West scenario where anybody can come in here and haul. But right now, today, with no restrictions on anyone, other than the fact that they have to fill out a permit and hand it in to you, 94% of our waste stream that we're talking about is being handled by 10 haulers right today. Correct. Okay. So right now, to get a permit, nothing is required, there's no air quality mandate, there's no diversion mandate, there's no mandate of any kind of recycling goals or clean truck goals. None of that is required in order to be a waste hauler in Los Angeles today, right?
Correct.
So the requirement is you fill out a form, you're in business.
Agree to pay the AB 939 fees.
And then there's an annual reporting requirement.
And there's certain reports that must be submitted, yes.
Okay. So it is the case, isn't it, though, that if we were to impose a franchise, whether it's exclusive or non-exclusive, a franchise system, that it would be qualitatively different than the permitting system, because in any kind of a franchise system, we could condition the granting of that franchise on meeting a standard of diversion, meeting air quality standards, meeting clean truck standards, whatever we wanted to impose, whatever environmental goals we want to impose, no matter how strict they could be, we could impose those on a franchisee, and the penalty for failing to meet those would be revocation of the franchise or some other penalties. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm still struggling after a year of working on this issue. I'm still struggling to find what the environmental advantage is of exclusivity versus non-exclusivity, except the efficiencies of scale, which allows, some perhaps greater investment in trucks and so on, but, right now we have only 10 haulers handling 94% of the waste anyway, and routing efficiencies. And on the routing efficiency part, unless we're reducing the total amount of waste we're hauling, it's still going to require a fixed number of truckloads to move that waste to the landfill. And right now, most of those landfills and most of those transfer stations are in Mr. Alarcon's district, Mr. Cardenas's district. Those aren't moving. So you're still going to have to take the waste from point A to those points B with the same number of truck trips, whether or not there's exclusivity or not. It may be from one company, but it's still the same number of trucks, isn't it?
No.
Why?
Not from our perspective. Because we talk about collection density. That is that, yes, there's a system efficiency and then there's a collection efficiency based on whatever system you're operating. So if I have a truck, of course I'm going to fill up the truck before I go to a disposal facility, but it may take me a much larger distance to fill up that truck because my collection density is very low. That is, my service points are far apart. If I have a higher collection density, I'm going to fill up that truck much more quickly.
Okay, so
less driven miles.
So if I could interrupt you there on that point. If you're one of the small potatoes guys that's hauling the 6%, then I could see that as an issue. You got to go to a lot of different places to fill up your trucks. But if you're one of the big dogs that's picking up 94% of the trash in Los Angeles, you're already, as a business matter, you're already designing your routes to achieve the maximum efficiency, or else you're out of business. So how is it that this is qualitatively different?
The same principle would apply there because, if you are a large hauler, I mean, we're talking, anyone, I think the largest percentage of a hauler is 40% of the city customers. And the next largest is somewhere around 30% and 20% and so on. So while it's large, you're still driving more miles and more distance to fill up your trucks, even though you have a larger proportion of the customers. So we believe that there's inherently efficiencies in the system, not in the folks who are operating now, given the system under which they're operating, but we can improve the system that will result in efficiencies that can
Okay, and I grant that. I grant that, no matter what, we can always figure out a way to improve it. And, I don't know as I sit here still, whether the best way to improve that is through an exclusive franchise or a non-exclusive franchise or some hybrid or something else. But, if you're hauling 40% of if you're the top person and you're hauling 40%, you've got enough accounts in any square mile of this city to fill up your trucks. You're not driving around crisscrossing the town with half-empty trucks, or else you're out of business. So I think that I would like to see a lot more comparative analysis, I guess, to demonstrate to me that this routing efficiency argument has any merit at all. I would like to see a complete environmental impact report, for example, comparing those things, not just a consultant's report, but a complete EIR. If my friends in the environmental community, I think, should join in this, wanting to have a complete EIR that makes sure that we're ensuring the best possible environmental results on air quality, on diversion, and on routing efficiencies. So I would think that we would want to have a comparison to these things. And I think to Mr. Alarcon's point about, moving forward and considering further these options and maybe hybrids of these options, part of that, in my view, should be a complete environmental review of all of those options. If I can move then just quickly to some of the labor issues that were raised. Again, right now, if you want to be a permitted hauler in Los Angeles, there's absolutely no requirement that you pay a living wage, that you guarantee worker safety or anything else. You fill out your form and you're off to the races. I don't understand, well, let me put it differently. If we were to, again, engage in a franchise system of any kind, it would be within our power to require a living wage, to require a prevailing wage, to require workplace safety standards, to require card check and neutrality. We could do all of those things with a franchise system of exclusive or non-exclusive nature, couldn't we?
Yes, we could. There's only one contrast in the transition between one model and the other. As you said, if we were to, say, transition on a quick ramp-up to a non-exclusive franchise, yes, we can require the environmental improvements like clean fuel trucks as an example, but the compliance of it is voluntary. And it is no guarantee that everyone's going to subscribe to those requirements, at least until, and this is only in the transition, right, because we have the 5-year notice that officially kicks in 2016. So if we transition any sooner than that, then there's a rather convoluted dual system taking place of the 148 haulers. Some would willingly volunteer to the non-exclusive franchise, some will not. And the county, which is non-exclusive for franchise, roughly half voluntarily signed on to the non-exclusive. So there's a hodgepodge in that transition period, which will inherently require an awful lot of enforcement, ironically enough, because now you have a disparity. Those who are paying the franchise fee and those who are not. And so they have a difference of potential rates. And how do we enforce that? And then there's a whole question of whether we freeze current accounts, whether we police who gets a new account and who doesn't. So it's a very difficult transition if it were to be done sooner than 2016. So that's why I qualify it only as a big contrast in the transition period.
Okay, thank you. And that actually leads me to my next area of question, because if we're working with a time frame in mind of implementing an exclusive franchise system in 2016 at the expiration of the 5-year notice period, if we're working on that kind of a timeline, I'm guessing that, in fact, I think I know that today there are customers who have long-term contracts with haulers that are going to extend beyond 2016. I think LAUSD just entered into a long-term contract, if I'm not mistaken, with a hauler. So what would happen to those contracts, existing contracts that maybe are entered into currently or next year while we're still working on this? Or, if a business or a government entity or a, educational organization, whatever, enters into a long-term contract, what happens to those contracts after the effective date of an exclusive franchise? Could those be grandfathered, for example?
I know we're looking to our legal team.
And if they can't be grandfathered, then doesn't that raise a constitutionality concern about whether or not we're, passing a law interfering with contract?
This is Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel. This is a new issue that we have not yet looked at. But as I'm thinking out loud on this, I would have several observations. One, any waste hauler that entered into such a long-term contract with a customer, unless they did it prior to our 5-year notice, or in the case of, I think, multifamily, it was a 7-year notice, they entered into a contract knowing that at the end of that statutory time, unless they were awarded a franchise, they would no longer be allowed to operate. As to what would be in their particular contract with a customer, there may be provisions that would already address that, such as force majeure or other provisions. I don't have a general answer as to what would happen in the event of a contract between a private waste hauler and one of its customers that extended beyond the period of time when they would be allowed to operate. Okay. State law does allow the city, like other local governments, to enter into a franchise period. It requires the local government to put a 5-year notice out. We've done that. In fact, in one case, we did a 7-year notice to give them more time. So as I sit here right now, I don't foresee that would be an impediment to the city to be able to enter into a franchise system that would ultimately result in some waste haulers no longer being able to operate.
Okay, but their customers might not have, received the benefit of that notice. So, for example, if you're a school district and you've, negotiated a long-term contract with efficiencies because of long-term I can't think of the phrase that I'm looking for, but if you've entered into a long-term contract in order to bring costs down, and then it turns out that contract is abrogated, it puts customers in kind of an unfair position, it seems, if those contracts aren't going to be respected after that.
I hear you. And in my other ear, I'm hearing some discussion about whether school districts are exempt. I don't know what the rules are regarding that specific example.
I haven't seen anything in any of the reports to suggest that, but that was going to be one of my suggestions, actually, to exempt all government entities and educational institutions.
I'm going to let the experts speak on it, but obviously the hypothetical you pose, it can exist in lots of different situations. It could be a school district on one hand, or a governmental agency, or it could be simply a large private employer that wants to, project costs out in a certain way for a long distance.
Exactly.
But I'm going to let them speak as to the issue of school districts.
Okay.
Our consultant, HF&H, just pointed out that from his knowledge that school districts are exempted under state law for franchises. So
great. Then we don't even need to have that exemption if that's the case. That's
the
good.
suggestion of exempting all government agencies is not something that's new to the franchising community. In Downey, in fact, they exempted under their exclusive system all federal, state, and county facilities, which in fact included one hospital, which happened to be a county hospital. So it's not something that's foreign to the franchising system.
Great, thank you. One kind of a specific issue, and then I'll give up the mic to others. Given the fact that we already have kind of a semi-monopoly situation, not monopoly, but we have an oligarchy, if you will, of trash haulers in this city because we have this limited number who are hauling so much. There's a few of those haulers who also own and operate transfer facilities and MRFs and so on. Now, until we get more of those built and owned by others, whoever is the franchisee is going to be vulnerable to the tipping fees charged by the owners, some of whom will be their competitors, who own these facilities. So if you're if you're Acme Trash Hauling Company and you have to go to, the Smith transfer station, and Smith is competing for you, with you for one of these exclusive franchise areas, then you're not going to get a very good rate on your tipping fee from Smith. So I think there has to be something in order to ensure, because I think you're right, Enrique, when you talked about the RFP process as being, that's the one place during this exclusive arrangement where you really have competition, among haulers as to who's going to offer the best package, right? I mean, it's only during the RFP process. Well, if you don't own a transfer station, you're extremely vulnerable to market manipulation, to manipulation of that competition by somebody who does. And they're going to have a great leg up on the competition if they can offer a lower price because they know they can bring it to their own transfer station. And I don't see this city, frankly, opening up the doors to, expedited permitting of more transfer stations, in all 15 council districts anytime soon. I can tell you from having gone through a few. Yeah, no, tell me about it, Richard. I mean, we've carried the burden of that for a while, and I honestly don't see that broadening across the city. So in the meantime, we have competition, but it's slanted competition. It's kind of fixed by the people who are already in that business. So I would suggest that we have some provision in any system, whether it's exclusive, non-exclusive, whatever, in any franchise system, to ensure that there's fair competition, that there's no gouging by the owners of the transfer facilities on the tipping fee issue as well.
If I may also add to that, in terms of why the timing is important, Councilman, a big milestone that's going to occur next year in October of 2013 is the closure of the largest landfill in the region, for that matter, the largest landfill in the country, the Puente Hills landfill. And so we have to give the process time to rebalance, the system to rebalance, because that's a lot of capacity that's going to go away, whether we use it or not, which we don't, but certainly the industry does. So, the timing has to be such that occurrence has happened, and we have given the region and the industry systems time to rebalance.
I'm sorry, one more, Mr. Chair. I apologize, but in the sanitation report, Enrique, you mentioned that trying to provide some accommodation to the small businesses that are currently engaged in this industry. We heard from some of them, folks who for generations have been working hard, and building a business. And I appreciate your sensitivity to trying to figure out a way that we're not, by fiat, putting all those folks out of business with a project like this. And this small business outreach that you described is, I think, a good step, and having subcontractors and so on is a good step. But if there's an exclusive franchise, those businesses who are subcontractors of the anointed franchisees are going to be extremely vulnerable to that anointed franchisee on a whim firing them. And so I don't know that there's going to be any incentive for them. I mean, if what we're trying to achieve is incentivizing investments in clean trucks and so on, they're not going to have any incentive to do that if they know that they can be fired by the franchisee on a moment's notice. So effectively, if we aren't allowing them to participate realistically in the bidding to be a franchisee, they're not going to make that investment, or they're going to be out of business.
Yeah, so I did hear some of the public comment. One of the representatives from AAA Rubbish, and the suggestion was that they are a small hauler. In fact, they are the eighth highest, the number 8 hauler in the city. So we wouldn't necessarily characterize them as a small hauler. They have a full capability to bid and submit a proposal, we would deem them in the position to be a prime, and they would then be able to build in small hauling opportunities in their proposal team.
And there's protections for subcontractor substitution and other things that are afforded once in the contract arrangement that where the city can be involved in whether a subcontractor can be outed or just arbitrarily. Certainly, that wouldn't be the case.
I have more, but I don't want to monopolize, so go right ahead.
Let me go to Mr. Cardinal, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of questions I could ask, but I think the hour is late, so I'll just ask one bottom line question. In a non-exclusive system, is there truly any practical way to hold haulers accountable for their recycling goals?
You could deny them a franchise. It's just like anything else. We are strongly recommending that the city adopt standards and the mechanism to hold the haulers accountable to those standards. And like any other franchise that the city grants, it's a privilege to be able to operate within city grounds. In this case, is the utilization of our streets to be able to haul trash. If under the compliance and regulations that the Bureau of Sanitation engages in discovers that a hauler has failed to meet those standards, then they will be denied that franchise and will not be able to participate in hauling trash in the city of Los Angeles. So it is a very direct sort of accountability that exists in neither scenario.
I think we agree there's a sword hanging over their heads. The question is, how practical is it actually to monitor them in this system versus an exclusive franchise? Let me ask that of Public Works and Sanitation as well.
I would argue that under a non-exclusive system, because of the fluctuating client list, customer list, that it becomes increasingly difficult, if not impossible, to hold them accountable to those standards. When you have an exclusive system, they have a constant client list, and we can then monitor that and track that over the course of the entire franchise agreement term. When you've got a hauler who's got a client list that changes on a daily basis, it becomes really difficult to hold them accountable to diversion standards.
We've spoken to other municipalities that have engaged in a non-exclusive franchise, namely the LA County for unincorporated areas. They're requiring regular customer lists as part of their system, in addition to reporting and monitoring requirements. And their diversion rates currently, I believe, around 70% or so. And they've just employed their system recently.
Okay, well, I'm probably done with my questions, but I want to just make a few comments on my thoughts on this. We've been looking this issue over for many, many months and examining the pros and cons, and we've heard more testimony today. And I think we all agree without a doubt our waste collection system is in need of a vast overhaul. And even the weakest of the two proposals, I think, would be a substantial step in the right direction. However, first and most importantly, I think an exclusive franchise system can and must provide competitive rates and high quality. I think that's the bottom line. Secondly, I believe an exclusive franchise system will enable us to achieve our environmental goals. When we put something into the recycling bin, we need to know that in fact it is being recycled into something else rather than just being landfilled after the diversion quota has been met. I'm not sure that we can do that without an exclusive franchise. I believe an exclusive franchise system will make environmental gains and compliance much easier, and I believe also that any buildup in city staffing to ensure compliance in an exclusive system will actually be less than what would be necessary to ensure compliance in a non-exclusive system. I also think it gives us greater control over trucks on the streets, and it's not just about traffic and air pollution. It's also very costly for the damage that these heavy trucks inflict on our streets, which the city has to pay to repair, and which we are many decades behind and will only get further behind unless we take some actions like this, which will remove some of the truck traffic off of our streets. I do want to say I'm committed to make this new system work for all customers and for the waste industry. We have to make customer service our top priority. This system has to be worked out that so bad customer service can't happen and can't be allowed to happen. We also must find a way, I believe, to find an opportunity for small, high-quality haulers to be involved, hopefully one that even gives them some growth potential rather than one that puts them out of business. We have to have trucks picking up waste whenever and wherever they're needed, even in the case of film shoots. If it's the middle of the night and it's a moment's notice, this system has to work so that that can happen. And if there are quality problems, if a hauler messes up, and there need to be severe penalties. If they continue to mess up, there needs to be the opportunity for them to be faced with losing their franchise, period. Anything less is not acceptable for our high-aiming companies and what their expectations are, and I think we need to be able to meet those if this system's going to work. This is a chance to set a standard that the rest of the country can emulate, the rest of the world can emulate, to clean up our air, clean up our streets, and make it safe for our friends and neighbors to go to work every day without worrying that they're putting their life or their limbs on the line, as sometimes isn't the case in this industry. However, I do want to say that both sides, as we move forward with considering this, that for me, everything I've mentioned and more has to take place for me to continue supporting an exclusive franchise. I think we can do every element of this in the best way possible. We can make this work for everyone, and it has to be done that way. It has to work for everyone. I think there are a lot of customers, there are a lot of folks in the waste industry, there are a lot of businesses that feel like they're going to be shafted because we're implementing this system, and that can't be the case. This really has to work for everyone. But having said all that, I am going to be voting for the exclusive franchise here today.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Zine, or should I come to Mr. Cardenas?
I know that discussion with the city attorney's office, there's a lot of unresolved issues, a lot of unresolved questions on the legal standard. Mr. Chair, how do we move forward without the answer to those serious questions that have been posed to the city attorney's office? We can have that response from the city attorney's office. If we're taking an action forward one way or another, and there's unresolved issues, we send it forward to council. Do we wait and get answers before we send it? Do we hold it? What do we do? Because there's a lot of unresolved issues that for the last almost 4 hours have come up. No disrespect to the city attorney's office, but there's some more research that has to be done to answer some of the questions that have been posed by the joint committee.
That's an excellent question. The report adopted by the Board of Public Works that contains a series of recommendations, some of which we've talked about here, also include recommendations that address that issue. Specifically, in the February 13th, 2012 report, recommendation number 7 it goes to that question. Request the city attorney to evaluate the ability to establish a solid waste hauler franchise fee for a general city purpose. So that's in there. And then we talked about CEQA earlier. That's in here too. Recommendation number 8, direct sanitation to begin the California Environmental Quality, CEQA, environmental review process. So, all of those things are already contained in the recommendations so that if the council wants to move forward and adopt that report with its recommendations, obviously this is for exclusive franchising, it would carry forth the recommendations to have sanitation look at CEQA and have our office look at that franchise fee for a general city purpose. It's the general fund fee that we were talking about.
And then do we send that forward with recommendations, or do we bring that back to this committee for further debate and discussion?
That would be up to however you want to handle it. I'm just telling you that this is how the report was laid out.
They were talking a time frame, expedited time frame, the 5 years. They're talking about the exclusive, non-exclusive, talking about additional funds for the city. To put this all in a capsule to say how would the mechanism work, Commissioner Alarcon talked about the reality versus the possibility, and how do we bring this forward in the reality to answer those, to get that, and not have a 4 or 5 hour debate on the council floor, but to give them a package that is supportive with my colleague Mr. Corrett said, because I think the goal is to not disenfranchise the small hauler, but at the same time bring a sense of control on reasonableness as well as additional dollars for the city.
We're going to begin looking, we've already been looking at this issue, and we're going to continue to do so. If the council wants to adopt, there's a lot of things that need to happen. This report contemplated an exclusive franchise that would take place at the end of the statutory notice period. Before that happens, there has to be the CEQA analysis, and before that happens with any fee that's a general fund type fee, we would need to do that Prop 26 analysis.
So we could move forward with a recommendation, and you could do the research and then bring it back. How long would that take?
How long would it take for us to do this? How long would the CEQA part take, or how long would
the whole package from the city attorney to bring back an ordinance that we could actually move on?
Well, I mean, before you could move on the ordinance, they would have to do the CEQA.
Right. How long? I'm talking about time frame.
Well, I'm guessing that the CEQA element, all of that CEQA analysis, that would probably be the thing that would take the longest. So I don't.
But that's what we're looking at. We're looking at
In order for the CEQA analysis to begin, though, the program has to be developed, and so there has to be clear direction as to what the program will entail. Which means that the council needs to offer more direction and take an action on the parameters of that program in order for us to begin the CEQA analysis.
If I could add, there are clearly legal issues on either exclusive or non-exclusive. I think where we agree is that in order to do further work, the threshold question needs to be answered on exclusive or non-exclusive. And then based on that answer, then both the Bureau, my office, the city attorney would begin the process of fleshing that out, allowing the city attorney then to resolve whatever legal issues. But there's certainly a number of unresolved legal matters with either direction that your council decides to.
Mr. Corretz, in his comments, addressed both exclusive, non-issue, exclusive, non-exclusive, where it would be worked out, where we wouldn't put the small people out of business, where we would have a manner that would work, which is always going to take some compromise on both sides. If we give direction to move forward with an exclusive versus non-exclusive, can those be done and then brought back if the committee's desire is to move forward on one aspect or another, if we can get consensus?
So just to be clear, are you asking that the Bureau develop an implementation plan under both proposals, the exclusive and the non-exclusive?
No, to develop it under the exclusive, but to address the issues that have been brought up for the non-exclusive.
Oh, absolutely. So included in our report as recommendation number 11 is the development of a fairly extensive implementation plan. And of course, that implementation plan would take into consideration all of the issues presented before this committee in terms of the small opportunities for small haulers and so forth. So all of that will come back to you for final consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cardenas?
Yeah, thank you very much. One of my colleagues just a few minutes ago gave his opinion that less city staff would be needed for an exclusive system rather than a non-exclusive system. I want to ask you, Enrique, and then also you, Miguel. I'll ask an additional question so you can hopefully answer both statements. What if I made a statement that said it would be less city staff for a non-exclusive system? So there you have it. My question is, please answer to the statement that my colleague made, and please answer to the statement that I made. So are you ready to answer the question as to which one would take less city staff, or is that something you would have to analyze and get back to us on?
I think I can answer it rather, somewhat cursorily, but with some knowledge, and that is that I do believe that because the non-exclusive model has an awful lot of requirements that are city imposed. Clean fuel as an example. That
wait a minute, don't both of them require clean fuel?
The one would be by city contract, which means we have to enforce and ensure that it's complied with. Under the franchise model, the exclusive franchise model, it kicks in the AQMD compliance and enforcement, at least through 2020. So, there you have a situation where the compliance of clean fuel and clean air is being monitored and checked by AQMD and not the city. The city would, though, have to do it under the non-exclusive model. Okay, so there's a difference just on the level of enforcement that city staff would have to do versus not under either model.
Hold on one second, Enrique. Hold on a second. What you just pointed out is that the city, in an exclusive, could actually say, along with your exclusive franchise, you have to comply with the local AQMD, right?
Yes, but it's not enforceable by AQMD. There's already been a Supreme Court ruling on that, on what jurisdiction AQMD has in solid waste. And so it kicks in the AQMD on the private operator side when an exclusive engagement is in place. It does not bring jurisdiction by AQMD if it's a contractual agreement, a voluntary agreement. So there's a difference there.
So if I could just interject and clarify, SCAQMD Rule 1193 is automatically triggered when a government entity contracts with the hauler, which then means that AQMD would require, monitor, and regulate the rollout of the clean fleet and the alternative fuel vehicles, in the which fits within the parameters of the exclusive proposal that we are submitting. So what I think Enriquez is trying to say is that moving forward under an exclusive system, Rule 1193 would be triggered, which means AQMD would be the regulator and would carry that function. What is being proposed by the CAO is an unlimited number of haulers in a non-exclusive system, which does not automatically trigger AQMD Rule 1193. What we can do is, under a non-exclusive system contract, to require them to abide by these alternative fuel fleet turnovers. But what that does is, because it's contractually based, it makes the city the regulator. The city then has to monitor it, not AQMD. So I think what Enrique was alluding to was the fact that under the proposed unlimited non-exclusive system, that the city would then carry a greater burden in terms of regulating AQMD Rule 1193, which wouldn't apply under the exclusive system. If I could just get to your original question about whether or not the non-exclusive would require a greater amount of management and administration as opposed to an exclusive system. I think by virtue of the fact that under a non-exclusive system, you've got a minimum of a universe of 44 haulers, to negotiate and execute 44 agreements is going to require far greater amount of administration than would under an exclusive system 11 agreements.
CAO?
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, this council could adopt standards that are even more rigid than those in AQMD. And
I think the environmentalists in the room would like us to adopt stricter standards than AQMD.
So
see any heads nod?
And so I would be surprised.
Hold on a second. I'm looking for some heads nodding.
They're asleep.
So
I think they fell asleep already, because I can't believe that they would agree with those and not more aggressive ones. Go
So
ahead.
I would be surprised if AQMD would regulate our standards. And so it wasn't contemplated under a non-exclusive, and the first time I've heard on the exclusive that we would rely on another agency
Yes, first time I've heard
to
it.
regulate
I don't remember seeing that
standards.
specifically.
That's been sort of a critical decision since AQMD began implementing all the clean air rules for solid waste trucks. And, initially they made the rules applicable to all operators, regardless of private or public. That was challenged. And there was a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that said that it clearly ruled that AQMD did not have standing or jurisdiction over the private sector. It did under certain conditions, which is a franchise arrangement.
But you got to say, Enrique, when you use the word franchise in this meeting, you got to say exclusive or non-exclusive.
Exclusive.
Because both of them are franchise.
Yeah, exclusive franchise. Now, that will change in 2020. One of the speakers alluded to that. In 2020, AQMD now has a new interpretation by which, come 2020, they're going to require it of everybody, regardless of whether you're private or what engagement model
Exclusive,
you have.
non-exclusive,
Correct.
whatever, permit system, doesn't
Yes.
matter.
So they're now using a different legal standing for that. But that's already in the horizon. Come 2020, this will be applicable to everybody.
And prior to 2020, AQMD would be holding these private haulers in an exclusive franchise within the city of Los Angeles. They would be checking up
They're legally liable, they're legally required to comply with the 1193 rules. Now, we, under a non-exclusive, would require that they comply with that, at the very least. We're not proposing that we require any more, but I know you said we could, and yes, we could, but then we would have to enforce that. We would have to enforce that, they are running only trucks that are clean fuel trucks in the city. That's the difference.
And by your guesstimation, or answer this later on when you can have a better answer, more accurate answer, are you talking 2 bodies to enforce a non-exclusive, 10 bodies, 60 bodies, 100 bodies?
That would require more time, Councilman. I won't venture a response at what the difference and what it would require to enforce, and what the frequency of enforcement would be. But if you give us more time, we could have.
On that note, then you forced me to ask this question: what's the frequency of enforcement of AQMD
right now?
Does it meet our standard? And if it meets our standard, then you know what the frequency is. So what is it?
So that's what I'm saying. I would need more time. Alex, you can help me on how frequently they inspect us.
Yeah. I think a lot of those details will be worked out when we develop the implementation plan that's scheduled, that would be coming back to your committee. I think a lot of the service standards and enforcement mechanisms and penalties, including liquidated damages and so forth, would all be included in that implementation plan. But Alex, I don't know, do you have any more information?
Alex Hello, of Sanitation. Councilman, in response to your question, the LA County has non-exclusive franchise system right now. They have 4 employees who do the inspection on those trucks. They go around the county unincorporated area and try to find out if they have the clean fuel, if they're doing all the other stuff. So they have 4 employees. They have signed, as of this date, about 45 contracts. There are about 65 people who were basically submitted documentation. But right now there's only 45 people. 45 companies with 4 inspectors right now in LA County.
And what's the basic population of the unincorporated area of the county?
1 million.
1 million.
1 million. But it's the unincorporated areas are probably significantly more residential than the city of Los Angeles, because normally cities carve out the commercial and the business sectors of the unincorporated areas and absorb them into their cities.
But also, by contrast, they're more geographically spread out as well.
Correct.
The county is much, much bigger than the city when you look at square miles. Now, on the same thing of more staff or not, we talked quite a bit. We heard quite a bit from the staff today about if we have an exclusive system, then when it comes to not just black and white compliance, but quality compliance. To my earlier question about somebody who's dissatisfied with the only company they're allowed to use, how would we do that without staff, or how would we do that with staff? Because in a non-exclusive, that quality control, the person, like that lady who came and spoke, she wouldn't call the city to say, I'm not getting the proper service. Intervene. Make them, give me the kind of service I deserve. She'd call the next company like she did, who would, hopefully she's calling a company that actually does have a franchise, does have their licenses in order, and are properly operating and can, and then respond to her, and come the first of the following month, she has a new operator. That's how she would handle the quality control on whether or not she wants to continue with that company. But on an exclusive, as was pointed out earlier in the dialogue from staff answering my question, is, well, then somebody would have to get involved, very likely whoever's giving out the franchise. So would that require any staff, Enrique?
Well, on the question of staffing earlier, Councilman, we had asked for a staff of 6 to be unfrozen, not new additional staff. And our goal, as I articulated...
Would that mean more budget, or you're saying that you would absorb those 6 without increasing your budget?
Well, it's 6 people that are currently in our position authority, okay? Of course, if they're vacant, we're not paying their salary, so they will incur an additional cost because we're not paying their salary now. But to your question on the customer satisfaction, it's a leap into an area in which I know, there are scenarios in which you could imagine requiring an awful lot of burden in ensuring that the customer is satisfied. In reality, I believe that is going to be minimal, if at all. We do get complaints, like I said earlier now, with just the number of haulers that operate in the city, and they range from, I said the operating hours, which, certainly under an exclusive model, we can control that very easily. So it's not a whole lot of, burden on being able to control that. The question of, damage sometimes that trucks can cause to private property. We get those complaints to us if there's no resolution between the hauler and the resident. So, we can work on deriving a number, Councilman, for you as to, put some value and some quantitative analysis to whether it's, a prediction of complaints, a prediction of requests that would come our way that under one model or the other. I will say that under the exclusive, I would expect that to be less.
If I could add to that, it's when we come and recommend the number of positions that the Bureau ends up getting through the budget process, it would be our expectation that as it relates to enforcement, there shouldn't be a difference when it comes to exclusive and non-exclusive, that the level of rigor in terms of enforcing the standards would be identical. The difference would be, of course, in responding to complaints and concerns raised by the various businesses that would need to be added under the exclusive model. So I have a hard time understanding how you would end up having less need for staffing under an exclusive model versus a non-exclusive, but we could certainly go through that when we go through the budget process.
Okay, thank you. I happen to have a copy of the summary of Rule 1193 requirements put out by AQMD, and answering simple questions like, is my fleet affected by Rule 1193? I'm not a lawyer, but the way I read it as a policy maker, it does include exclusive and non-exclusive. It does apply if you have over 15 or more combined vehicles. So again, I'm just trying to make the point that I know I'm not ready to make conclusive decisions as to whether or not we should only go forward with an exclusive franchise process or only go forward with a non-exclusive process. Because with all due respect, I've heard a lot of answers, albeit honest answers from the perspective of people answering, but at the same time, a lot of unanswered questions or incomplete answers to some of our questions. I think Mr. Zine was expressing to me earlier that he didn't feel like he had enough information to the questions he had in mind. So that being the case, Mr. Chairman, I'm not ready to rule out either one of those processes going forward. But at the same time, I think it would be important for us to instruct the staff to perhaps go forward with both processes, one process of a non-exclusive, which is outlined much more involved by the CAO's report, and also it appears that the reports coming out of the Bureau seem to speak more to an exclusive franchise, but with all due respect, doesn't do a comparison analysis of how a non-exclusive to the nth degree does not or does make sense. So that being the case, I'd like to move forward that we instruct the staff to follow through with the matters that the CAO's report pointed out on a non-exclusive process, but also continue to move forward with the process that has been advocated by the Bureau for for an exclusive franchise.
Is there a second on Mr. Cardenas's motion?
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Krikorian. Now let's discuss the motion and go from there. Mr. Chair, for the ad hoc, if you could entertain that and take the votes for your committee, and I'll do the same for my committee.
Well, I'd like to talk about it. There was no call for the question.
I'd like to, before you go on, I'd like to put another motion on the table. And, we've been dealing with this for a number of years, and there's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered. But as we've been dealing with this, I also understand that we have yet to receive or will receive an implementation plan no matter what we decide to do, whether it is an exclusive or a non-exclusive. And a number of the questions that were raised today will be answered in that implementation plan. But from my perspective, in dealing with 2 years from this, I've got a good sense of whether I believe an exclusive or a non-exclusive does make sense. So I'm ready to move forward on that question. Let's move forward on a path and then ask for the implementation plan to come back, and it will come back at some point so we could still discuss those finer details and, make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's. But one thing is certain is that instead of us continuing to discuss this, and trying to decide where we're going to go, I think at least I've had enough information to make that critical point that we need to make about what path we're going to take. So given that, I'd like to offer another motion, which is to request the city attorney to draft an ordinance in cooperation with the Bureau of Sanitation and the CAO and the CALA, establishing an exclusive waste and recycling franchise system as recommended by the Bureau of Sanitation's report. The Bureau of Sanitation shall draft a franchise implementation plan to address issues of transitioning to an exclusive system, including but not limited to the following issues in addition to those identified in the report. 1, length and number of franchises, diversion planning and requirements to advance the city's zero waste goals, including for food waste, strategic planning for waste infrastructure needs, including sorting, transfer, and processing facilities, processing facility certification, vehicle miles traveled and truck routing, compliance with applicable clean truck standards, a transparent design and criteria for establishing a service zone maps, including small enterprise service zones intended for small hauler competition and or incubation, worker health and safety, rate setting process, limitations on rates and protections for ratepayers, service standards metrics, recourse for inadequate service, penalties and enforcement mechanisms, franchise fees and general fund augmentation, reporting requirements, tipping fee caps for franchisees who own their own facilities, particular concerns of studios, hospitals, and LEED buildings, existing and future. And finally, if you could more specifically address in your implementation plan staffing needs. And we hope to have this draft ordinance, we would move this to council, the draft ordinance, and with that direction, but with the intention of having the the Bureau, the implementation plan eventually come back to committee. The ordinance will probably come back to committee as well, I think. So, but as long as we move this to council, have the full council discuss it, and whether they reject this motion or take on Mr. Carnes's motion, at least we'll be set on some direction to continue this discussion. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to second the motion, and I would like to express that the city has a longstanding desire expressed in policies by the city council and the mayor to accomplish zero waste in our city. That should be the driving issue in this debate. The fact of the matter is that there's a lot of deviation from that focus. But I find that the department has done an incredibly comprehensive analysis, investigation with an outside consultant supporting their position in detail as to their recommendations, and the CAO's what I consider a last-minute sort of effort to deviate from something we've been working on for 2 years does not provide the kind of analysis that I believe is indicative of the longstanding policies of the city of Los Angeles. The key problem with the non-exclusive agreement is, quite frankly, and let me say it this way. We're never going to have, at this stage of the game, we're never going to have perfect reports. We're never going to have all the answers. But the purpose, the recommendations are calling for further information, essentially. At this point, I believe the exclusive agreement is the way to go. But I also believe that the exclusive agreement is driven by the desire to achieve zero waste as expeditiously as possible, which is the proper perspective. The CAO, with all due respect, it's his job to look at things from a budget perspective. And quite frankly, I have concern, as you all know, I've expressed my concerns about that approach, which has caused us to cut staff, and in the example of the fire department, reduce our fire department to a point where we were not meeting national standards on response times. I believe that we have to look beyond the budget issues, and I'm not suggesting that the department is not looking at budget issues. This is essentially a no-cost process in terms of additional cost to the city. The fee recommendations are a discussion that would happen under either proposal. So that's something that the council and the mayor will decide as the reports progress, as we get more information on the CEQA report, for example. But at the end of the day, the CAO is motivated by strictly looking at budget, which it concerns me that the CAO has not looked at the potential for fines that the city may face if we're not in compliance with our waste reduction mandates. So that concerns me deeply, and I would ask that we amend a friendly amendment to your report to direct the CAO to, in continuance of its exploration of this non-exclusive agreement, to do an analysis of our mandates relative to potential fines that we may incur as a city that have been in testimony before these committees has been touted to be upwards of $200 million and beyond, potentially, if we do not meet our mandates. I choose to walk on the path of those who believe that we can accomplish zero waste quicker. I walk on the path of those who want to improve worker standards in an industry that has, in many respects, been driven to a race to the bottom quality in the workplace. And that's no disrespect to the industry. If you're competing, then you have to make shortcuts in order to compete with the pricing realities. I've been to some of these places, and they've done, and I grew up in a neighborhood that has dozens of these kinds of operations, and I can tell you that they have changed dramatically. We had landfills within blocks of my mother's house and my father's house, and they lived in two different locations, and I remember going into every landfill and that distinct putrid smell that emerges from the dumps when we used to go with our father to dump stuff. I distinctly remember that smell. We're not there anymore, and that's a good thing. But I think we need to advance rather than step back. I believe that the best way to ensure environmental benefits to the full extent possible, and to ensure worker quality and protection and worker safety on the job, relative to quality of life issues, and at the same time to drive the industry to a better place, is through an exclusive agreement. Now, I honestly, I can't imagine what is going to change my opinion as the CEQA process emerges, but it could happen. So we still have an opportunity to change that direction. I would only hope that it is all of our goal. And by the way, when I chaired the Public Works Committee in the 90s, when I shut down Lopez Canyon landfill, I got a lot of criticism from all the players. In fact, some on both sides of this room. But we then developed a recycling program for the first time in the city of Los Angeles. We then moved forward with sustainability issues like never before. We advanced the cause of the environment and the quality of life of the people of the city of Los Angeles, which is our primary concern in this regard. Let's remember, our waste stream is an essential, it is a management responsibility of the city of Los Angeles for a service that is essential to our population, meaning that everybody is entitled to it. It is their right to get it. If we fail in providing that, then we are essentially violating a fundamental right to people. So just as we have seen other essential services form franchising and exclusive agreements, whether it be the telecom industry, the water and power department, those things that we have to ensure that our people are getting in the best way possible. I believe that the waste stream is exactly in that vein. We have to ensure that we allow our citizenry to have access to telephones. I believe we have to ensure in the same respect that they have access to a quality waste management system. And I believe the way to that, based on all the testimony we've heard over these last 2 years and my experience in working with the Public Works Department for well over 20 years, is to form an exclusive agreement. So I'm happy to second your motion. I support it vigorously, but I do want to give the CAO an opportunity to further explore. And by the way, Mr. Santana, the one thing that as I'm listening to your proposal, the one thing that I keep telling myself is, if you say that we can create these standards, why didn't you make those recommendations all these years? Where are those standards that you say we're going to propose? You had the opportunity, it never happened. And I don't want to be lost in a 7-year process like the LA County in getting a system in place that is better than what we have now. So with that, Mr. Chair, I agree with your proposal.
Okay, Mr. Zine?
One of the issues was the subs, and I don't know if we can get a report back on which subs, the small proprietors that discussed their concerns, the family businesses, et cetera. You mentioned there's going to be the 11 areas, and there'll be subs from the small haulers. If we can find out how the selection process is going to take place, how that will be organized, if I can add that as a friendly amendment to have that reported back, I'll support the chair of both committees, but I'm concerned that we be fair with it. We don't disenfranchise folks that have invested their family their livelihood in this for so many years, and that there'd be a fair process if we can have that report back with the other issues.
We'll include that in there. We don't need to rehash it.
No, I just, for clarification purposes, when you ran through the various standards that you wanted us to address, you specified small enterprise zones, which is a little bit different than what we are proposing in terms of a mandatory subcontracting minimum, providing opportunity for small haulers, which is what I believe Councilmember Zine is alluding to.
Okay.
So if you want us to report back on both, I think we can do that.
Report back on both, and we could evaluate which way is the best and optimum way to support small businesses.
Great.
Because you say some small haulers will remain, we need to make sure that that's done in a fair fashion for those.
Perfect.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think that what anyone has said here is mutually exclusive, by the way. I think that, we're all in agreement on the objectives that we want to achieve, and the question is just, have we determined which is the best approach to achieve that? And so I appreciate both of the motions that have been presented. And Mr. Weezer, I think you had a pretty comprehensive list of things that you mentioned. I didn't catch them all. I wish I had them in front of me. But if you didn't mention a couple of points, I'd like to offer a few friendly amendments, which I hope will be friendly. One is there's already a report, there's already a recommendation in Sanitation's report directing Sanitation to begin the CEQA environmental review process. I would like to ask that that be amended to direct Sanitation to begin a full environmental impact report process to satisfy CEQA, and that review should include as alternatives a review as alternatives for analysis, a review of the status quo, a review of a non-exclusive franchise system, a review of an exclusive franchise system with multiple haulers per waste shed, the proposed exclusive franchise, and also the city's collection of multifamily and commercial waste hauling as within the Bureau of Sanitation. So I think those would be appropriate alternatives for purposes of environmental impact review that should be considered in the course of the EIR. And it's important to me to ensure that this recommendation that refers to CEQA compliance specifically requires an environmental impact review and not just, MND or something. So that would be my first suggestion for an amendment to that.
Can I ask a question on that? And let me ask our attorneys. In your analysis of when a project will need a mitigated negative deck or a full EIR, this project here, I know it requires some analysis, and so sometimes we leave it up to the attorneys to decide for us what's going to be in a mitigated negative deck or a full EIR. Where does this project fall? I mean, is it an easy full EIR, or what's your sense of this?
First of all, I'm not a CEQA lawyer, so I can't answer that question. I'm not sure a CEQA lawyer could answer that question either, but I know I can't.
Planning department does this all the time. They always answer these questions.
So leave it to a non-lawyer. But what I can tell you, and then there are others that know more about CEQA. What I can say is not all projects require an EIR. That doesn't mean you're precluded from doing one.
Of course.
Yeah.
So in the end, that may be the only answer you need, but if there's others here that want to address that.
If I could just add, to my knowledge, all other jurisdictions that have transitioned to an exclusive system have not conducted a full EAR. There's not one jurisdiction that has done a full EAR.
And the other option is a mitigated negative deck.
Depending on the project scope, but yes.
Yeah.
Most of them have done mitigated negative deck.
Including going to an exclusive?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think on the grounds that there's a clear environmental benefit.
Yeah, and is that, when you say most, is that 5 out of 10? Is it, 6 out of 10, or is it 8 out of 10?
I'm sorry.
A majority of them? Is it when you say most, you're not saying it's all of them, but you're saying most of them have.
Coming from the conservative side, we had developed a schedule that contemplated a full EIR. So
you do?
Yes, we were contemplating doing a full EIR under the exclusive proposal.
Okay.
And that's what I would expect, because the whole objective here is to try to come up with the system that produces the best environmental results. So, I think it makes sense to do that, so thank you for that. Although several members have touched upon it, I just want to make clear that we include in the implementation plan in the report back recommendations for protections of small businesses in Los Angeles, and that might include the various options that we discussed, either the preference zone or the subcontracting suggestion that's in Sanitation's report. I would add to that, I'm a little concerned that we may get into a situation where one or two national or multinational corporations takes over waste hauling throughout the city by monopolizing all of our 11 zones, or nearly all of them. And I don't think it serves anyone's needs to benefits to have the largest corporations in waste hauling be the dominant forces here and not have us have much control. So I would suggest that we put some sort of cap. I don't know what the number is, but some kind of cap to ensure that no single company dominates the waste process, waste hauling process in Los Angeles, so that we have some diversity among our 11 zones. I would suggest that no franchisee hold more than 3. That's a pretty significant portion. But I would look to staff to come up with a report back on that as to what would be the best way to achieve that objective. And then finally, I think although Mr. Weezer touched upon this, I just want to make sure that we have the most robust system of customer service protections, which might include annual revocation hearings for any franchisee, to allow the public to have an opportunity to come and comment on service that's being provided by the franchisee, so that we actually do have a formal process in place for review of this and not just count on people to call an office someplace. And then because, Mr. Alicorn, I think, spoke very well about our need to ensure workplace safety. I think that should be part of this. I think that should be formally included in this. I think that we should ensure that the implementation plan includes a requirement for workplace safety, workplace standards, and a guarantee of card check and employer neutrality on the part of any franchisee that comes to Los Angeles. And I'd like to have that included in an analysis of those provisions included in the report back as well.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Krikorian?
One other thing, and this is kind of a report back as well, I guess, but if we have an exclusive franchise system, there is a risk in one of the given zones of a service failure. Either the company goes bankrupt, they leave California, there's a strike, there's some sort of service failure. I don't know what our backup plan is in that case when we have a single operator in that zone. So I presume that Sanitation would come in and take it over. That's going to include considerable cost. There needs to be some kind of bonding or reimbursement process so that the city isn't left holding the bag on costs associated with service failure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. We'll take those as friendly amendments to be included in the report back on the implementation plan. And some of those are report backs, and we'll discuss them further as we refine this policy and then the implementation plan. I like the idea of having a backup plan for a service area. We've seen some instances on a different issue in the city, but that is when some organization providing youth services has gone under, and we were scrambling around saying, well, who's going to provide these services in this area? It's a little different, but we should always be, particularly in this one, be prepared on where our backup plan is there. So we have two motions on the table, and let me take up the Energy and Environment Committee. I'm going to do a roll call with members of this committee. Which one do we take up first? The first one called? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I've been asked by the city clerk to note for the record that the reports referenced regarding exclusive franchising in your proposal are the Board of Public Works report dated February 13th, 2012, and the Sanitation report dated August 23rd, 2012.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. So let's do my motion first, the last one on the exclusive franchise with the reporting back on the implementation plan to this committee and moving forward the rest of the reports and the request to the city attorney to draft the ordinance to full council.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It's kind of a technical issue, but since all the members of the ad hoc committee are members of the Energy Environment Committee, could they vote? Could they just vote once?
Mr. Krikorian is not a member of both committees.
No, but all the members that are on the ad hoc committee are members.
Are a subset of the EE.
With the exception of Mr. Krikorian.
Oh, with the exception of Mr. Krikorian. Okay, never mind. We'll just
Okay,
go
it's
through it.
just cleaner to just do
No
it
problem.
methodically, walk through.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Lawyer.
That's Mr. Krikorian. That's so, Mr. Zine, on the motion to move this the exclusive with the aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Aye.
Mr. Alarcon.
Aye.
Mr. Koretz.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. We could do the ad hoc committee, please.
Yes. Mr. Weezer?
Yes.
Mr. Koretz?
Yes.
Mr. Krikorian?
Aye.
And myself? Aye.
Mine is actually yours.
Unanimous.
Yeah, it's unanimous on both. Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Point of clarification to the city clerk. When I made a motion, who seconded my motion?
Mr.
Krikorian.
Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. Krikorian, yeah.
Well, so clarification, I'm a member of the EE committee, but not of the ad hoc track, so.
If it's okay with everyone, we can just add your motion to the report, or another option would be for you to request for a minority report. If
Unless somebody else seconds my motion from the EE committee.
yeah, if it's okay with everyone, it's going to be one report with all the council motion, with all the subs, with all the amendments, including the amendment that you mentioned earlier.
And
So Mr. Cardenas needs a second before anything else.
Yeah, from the EE committee.
He cannot because he's not part of the EE committee.
Do I have a second from a member of the EE committee to move forward, both what we said, but also including the CEO report to move forward as well to the full council? Without that, then we're basically signaling that we're limiting ourselves only to a non-exclusive, and we're not seriously contemplating a...
To exclusive.
Exclusive, thank you. And we're leaving behind a non-exclusive.
I think that's where we're at.
That's where you're at. That's not where I'm at.
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
So I don't get a second from the EE? You're the chair.
no second on that? Okay, so since there is no second on energy and environment for that, there's no motion on the ad hoc committee. Mr. Chair, if you so would concur, there was no motion made there since Mr. Cardenas is not a member of that committee.
I concur.
Proper call? Okay. So thank you. Motion has been made. Again, we're moving this forward to council, have the full council debate and decide this issue. Should the council move forward with the recommendations of this committee, we would expect to have a implementation plan in this committee sometime in the near future. Can you guys do it 90 days, 120 days? What are we looking at?
120.
120? It's a lot. We'll give you 120 days, okay? And we hope we could get,
If we can get it done sooner, we will definitely flag
okay,
it.
120 days. If it's anytime sooner, we'll come back.
Clarification from the city clerk, please, Mr. Chair, if you will
Sure,
allow me.
Mr. Cardenas.
We haven't adjourned, correct? We have
No,
not.
we haven't adjourned yet.
Mr. City Clerk, if I am not an affirmative on Mr. Huizar's motion, and I vote no, and then I ask for a minority report, even though I didn't get a second from the EE committee on my motion, can I still move forward with the minority report, even though I didn't get a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do a minority report. You don't need to vote no, even
Even if I vote yes on his, I can still get a minority report without a second?
Well,
It's my understanding that anyone could always ask for a minority, no?
yeah,
Okay, well, then I would like to move forward as a minority report on my, well, it's a motion, but it didn't get a second, but, is that correct?
so what's going to show is on the E&E Energy and Environment report, you would show us you voted yes on that report, and then you will have, if
No,
you would
Mr.
like
Clerk,
to...
what he is asking is that he's requesting a minority report. It's my understanding that any member could request a minority report, whether they get a second for that or not. They're requesting
Is
that a
that
minority report move forward with the recommendation of the committee. So I would, as the chair of the committee, I'm ruling that a minority report could move forward, because it's my understanding, any member could at any time
Can
request a
request for a
minority
minority
report.
report.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
But only from the EE committee.
From the EE committee, yes.
I'm not on your committee.
Okay, anything else? I think that is the only item on our agenda. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.